1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Is this thing on? That's the only time I've ever said that unironically. No, it's not. Hi, guys. How is everybody tonight? Welcome. Hey, Texas. Tired. Yeah, I know that feeling. I know that feeling very well. I'm sorry. Hi, Patrick. I know that word junior is not here until 9, but hello early in case you watch this back. Hi. Hey, Cameron. Hey, Hale. Hey, Jay. I always say I feel like Barbie at the end of Toy Story 2, where she's like, bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. That's how I feel like when everybody's coming in. It's like, hello, hello, hello. Hey, Monique. Good to see you here. Hey, Boots the cat. How is everybody? Hey, Laser. Yay! You ready for Scooby Doo? Oh my gosh. Today we are reading Scooby Doo and the Case of the Theater Phantom. Fighting costume by far. Yeah, I don't even think we don't even have to run the poll on that one. We can if you guys want to. Although, watch, we say that, but then it's gonna be a terrifying pterodactyl all over again, and it's gonna be like, it was a real vampire the whole time. Live chat or top chat? Probably top chat. Thank you for reminding me. There we go. There we go. Like, no sleep last night, so who knows when I'll die. Yeah, well, we're happy to keep you company until that moment. Hey, Natty. I know what that's like. I barely ever get that much sleep at night. Ugh. Velma, are we good this week? Velma. I feel like being in a relationship with Velma would be very steady, you know? I feel like there would be a whole lot of drama, you know? To be fair, the books are ironically less formulaic than the show. Yeah, that is true. I have picked up on that. Sleep chorus with Scooby Doo too. Yes, very spooky. Cameron's here representing for the good Camerons, not the mean, overly competitive Camerons of reality TV. Hello, how are you? I'm doing good. I just put eardrops in my ear for my alleged ear infection. But other than that, I'm good. Just chilling. It's kind of funny going from Goosebumps to this because it's just like super chill. One of the good ones, yeah. It's like super chill, fun Scooby-Doo, and then it's also like, and then we go back to Goosebumps and it's just like, and then a kid died. It's like, oh my god. Oh wait, was there drama in Pokemon Go World? Fell asleep during the stream last night. When I woke up middle of the night, I was still going. Yeah, streams tend to do that here. I'm a night owl for one, and streams tend to go late because I always get distracted. That's why you don't mess with magic mirrors. Yeah. I'm feeling better. Have you heard Manchester Orchestra? I think so. That sounds very familiar, but I can't like name. I feel like I've heard of that, but not heard it. Thing happened back with the Nancy Drew sewer level. Same thing happened with the Nancy Drew sewer level. Same thing happened with, oh god, half of those games, once we got to the end and they were really long and complicated, we just hit a wall where like we were up. I was looking back at old streams and like, I was scanning through the playlist a couple days ago and I was just like, oh my god. I think it was like the Captive Curse one was like almost 9 hours, or like one of them was like almost 9 hours. Oh, the one with Nikola Tesla. That one was like 9 hours. I'm just like, why did I do that? I have not watched Daria. I get a lot of people telling me that I would like Daria though. Yeeted at the end of the Whodunit. Yeah, he got yeeted. He did get yeeted. We couldn't. That one was the murder scenes on Whodunit are like the craziest thing. Send you a link. Great band from Atlanta. Started in 04. Interesting. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Paolo. I love that. Daria's pretty good. Review. Yes. So guys, before we get into this book, Sarcasm is on point in that show. Yeah, I've heard. People always tell me I'm sarcastic and I would probably like that show. And I'm like, probably. So before we get into this book, we did not write reviews for the last 2 books that we read on stream. So I don't know who is here for what, but we have to write reviews for the Babysitters Club that we read, and then also the last night's Goosebumps. Daria is the Debbie Downer of the animated world. I can see it. Hey, Michael, how are you? We are getting ready to read Scooby Doo and You, The Case of the Theater Phantom in a second, but first we're going to write a couple of reviews that we still owe on the books that we read past 2 streams. Let's see. Let's start with Babysitter's Club. Jessie and the Bad Babysitter. This was actually very fun. I didn't know what to expect from, I don't really know anything about Babysitter's Club aside from what we read in this. But I really enjoyed it. I was like, why did Kid Me not read these, really? Because, I feel like I would have loved them. Hi, go away. Windows. Windows, don't do this to me. Scooby Doo, that's a nostalgia trip. Hello, Michael. Michael squared. We have Michael squared in chat. You roast Lindsay Lohan's new Christmas movie on Netflix. Oh no, I didn't even know that was a thing. Natasha, I know, worked as an extra on that movie that came out a couple years ago on Netflix, that Christmas movie with Emma Roberts. What is it called? What is it called? I can see the poster in my head. Natasha worked on it. And I think she secretly wants to roast it just because she had to work on it. You managed to watch the Babysitters Club series? Not yet. Holidays. Thank you, Patrick. Yes, Natasha was an extra on Holidays. So play the Where's Natasha the next time you watch that movie. Yes, close this program, please. Thank you. All right, let's go. Small cam. Drinking Coca-Cola tonight. What is everybody drinking? Okay, where can I write a review? I always forget where the write a review part is. Probably in the network. Absolutely not. I'm gonna follow Ann M. Martin. I wanted to follow Caroline Keene, even though it's a pen name. I thought maybe there would be a page, but it doesn't look like there is, or if there is, I just looked by it. What fate is on it? We're starting Emma Roberts and Thomas Mann from the live action Lady and the Tramp. Interesting. The Tears of the Innocents. Okay. Oh my gosh. Where do I write a review? Where is it? My review. Write a review. There we go. First of all, here, let me run a poll. How many stars, who is here for Babysitter's Club? How many stars do we think this Babysitter's Club book gets? Let's Get Invisible by Disaster messes with the curse mirror and gets their boyfriend and girlfriend trapped in the alternate dimension and replaced by evil duplicates. Yes, that will absolutely be there. That will absolutely be part of that. I'm saving that one for a second because that one's going to be the easier one to write. But with this one, 2.5. I see 3 out of 5 because it's cheesy. Yeah. Let's say I'm really feeling 3. I'm really feeling 3 for this one. It's cute. Pumpkin pie, don't have an option. I mean, I'm gonna say 3. Unless somebody can 3.5, yeah. Let's start off. Unless somebody can persuade me why, in a really good way, why it should be different than 3. I think 3 is fair for what I'm getting feedback from chat. From what I turned in. Yeah, it's a 3 out of 5. It's thank you for it to be plot heavier, and I know some of them go much plot heavier, but it was a nice, just chill, cute little kids book. I'm gonna put our disclaimer. Wait, what do we always say? The reading of this was filmed, oh no, filmed in front of a live studio audience. Okay. Not enough deaths, 0 out of 5. No more than 3. I think that's fair. I would say more than 3 would be a little overzealous. It was very cute. I very much enjoyed it. But from a review standpoint, I think it's just very good. Like, the way I see the 1 out of 5 is, like, 1 is horrifically bad. That's what we gave Monster Blood. 2 is like, it's okay. 3 is good. 3 is a solid, it was good. I'm glad I read it. 4 is, wow, that was really good. And 5 is, it was perfect. Right? That's why 5 gets, very few things get 5 stars for me on Goodreads, because I feel like you've got to reserve 5 for, like, the best of the best, or it means nothing. It was filmed in front of a live studio audience. Yes. Give 0 for the Chris. Oh, that's right. Okay. Okay, so let's start by saying, so right off the bat, that agrees that the 3-ish range is very fair for. Hi, if you're new to the stream, by the way, we always write semi-joking reviews of all of these children's books that we read on stream, to cut through the pretension of Goodreads and just kind of have fun with it. But we do try to be honest, even though we're very, like, joking about it. And it won't take but a few minutes, but we've been behind on these, so we've needed to catch up. So apologies. We'll get started on this book in 10 to 15, I promise. This one. Thanksgiving love. From what I heard, not my cup of coffee. I mean, yeah, it's just kind of a cute little, being a preteen in the 80s, 90s book. I thought it was very cute. Oh yeah, sorry, Michael. If you're new here, yes, we always write when we read these nostalgic, like, middle grade books on stream, and then we keep track of the books that I've collected for stream, because I collect these books to read on stream. We keep track of them here on Goodreads, so we log, like, what we're reading, what we're currently reading, and then we always write a review because we just find it very funny. So yeah. That's what we're doing. So we'll get to tonight's book in just a second. We usually write the review as we're, at the end of the stream, when we finish reading the book, but we've just had a couple really late night streams and have just been like, do it the next time. So let's see. Arglethump Reads gave that book 8 out of 10 on the book review. Interesting. So Arglethump gave it more of a 4. Interesting. I forgot that Arglethump does Arglethump Reads. Arglethump Reads is another great place if you really love nostalgic books. I love seeing his reviews. He takes all of these books in earnest, and I love that. Let's just say we all agree that we don't like Christy that much, and think Mallory deserved better. She got no sympathy. I hope I can make all the Phantom of the Opera references. I would expect nothing less. I'm going to. Hey Noah, by the way, how are you? I honestly prefer the 2 shows more than the books with BSC. Yeah, I can definitely see. I mean, I've never seen the show, but I do know a lot of people love the show. And a lot of people love the books. Excuse my language, Christy's an annoying little bitch. Who gets blamed or having mono. So what happened with your regular mic? Is the mic messing up again? Is the mic doing the mic things? Because it's the same mic. If it's not, it's probably my system trying to switch from one to the other. Hang on. See. No, it's on the right thing. I'm working with Hudson. Yay! Give Christy mono. Okay, hang on, guys. Does this make it any better when I do this? Does this make the sound any better? Whoops. Hang on, let me go back to full screen so we're not on Inception with OBS. Let's see. Microphone. Think you sound fine. Okay, cool. Birds are scared for they can mimic human speech. Yes. Gotta go because college work, but I'll pop in later. Bye, Natty. Thank you. Tasha saying she wanted to pick up a spider and holding a bee made me have the mental image that she's a real-life alternative Disney princess. She really is. Instead of a woodland creature, she has bugs. No, for real. No, like, she just is like, oh, bees, and, you know, I made friends with this little, like, she's always like, oh, there's something rustling in the bushes. Let's go catch it. Like, we love Natasha. Not as clear. No, that makes total sense. There has been an issue with the system switching without being told. Okay, so am I being... Sorry, I'm trying to listen for myself to make sure that it sounds okay. Okay, now you sound far away. Okay. Copy you. Let's... Here then, let's do this. Here then, let's do this. Oh, interesting. Here then, let's do this. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Let's do this. All right, sorry guys. Are we good? Are we doing sound things? Sounds fine. Okay. Yeah, it could also just be that the little converter box that I have for live streaming, it could just be that the levels are a little bit off. But if it sounds fine, we're just gonna leave it. Just wanted to make sure. We've just had so much bad luck lately with these things. All right, so I'm gonna say overall, the story is a little light on plot, but still fun. I'm also gonna say, how do I word this? Knowing your train of thought just derails. Found this emoji. LOL. Oh, cat in boxes. I love that emoji. It's so cute. Ooh, when are you filming Box Cutter Podcast, Patrick? I'm excited for you. Daniel is going to live stream with me the Friday after Halloween. So that's the 6th. Wait, no. No, wait, that's very wrong. The 4th? The 4th. The 4th. I'm excited for that. Oh, yeah, I know what I was going to say. However, it's hilarious how a group of adults can collectively be so stressed out by a kid's book. Wendy makes the worst choices. All right. Do we want to add anything else? I say we keep it short and sweet with this one. Let's have weak plots and lack consistency and continuity. I froze. What? I froze? I'm back. Oh, sorry. I guess the computer's just, I guess the tech ghost, hi tech ghost, chill out, please. Just go sit in the corner and don't touch anything. It was a nice change of pace from the retrospective childhood trauma that is Goosebumps. Can you guys see me and hear me? Am I doing things? I'm showing that it's still going. I'm seeing it live for myself. Let me just see. Fine over here. Okay. Sorry, Patrick, that might be something on your end. Yes, both. Okay, so we're good. We're good. Okay. Whoops, that's not how you spell forever. It's like something missing. Fine for me. Okay, thank you guys. Fine over here too. Thank you, thank you. We always sign it the Scooby Doo crew and the year, which is 2022, which when it's 2023, it's going to be less fun. The Scooby Doo crew of 2022, Scooby Doo crew 2023 is going to be such a letdown. You haven't written the review yet. I feel the Goosebumps book is 3 out of 5 because pace was good. Nothing major happened until the last 14 pages. Also, low-key tragic ending gets bonus points. Yes, we're going to that one next. I wanted to get this one out of the way first because I felt personally like I had less to say about it. I thought it was just like cool, fun. I feel like the Goosebumps is going to be much more. Dates read. Yes, we read this on... Did we finish it before midnight? Interesting. Usually we go over midnight and then I put that we finished it the next day. Anyway. Let's go on to that one, though. For anybody who wasn't here, I don't want people to feel left out. We're just talking about things that happened previously. But we read this Goosebumps book, Let's Get Invisible, last night, and it was interesting. It was a very interesting read, I have to say that. I love seeing all the different editions from all over the world on on Goodreads. Whoop, whoop. Nope. We didn't read the French version. Can't write the review in French, unfortunately. Yeah, so what was Cameron's? Lil Bro got replaced by evil Lil Bro got replaced by opposite duplicate, but he was less evil because the little brother was just awful. Tragic, his brother is basically dead. He was kind of a little shit who deserved it. Yeah, it's like the replacement of the doppelganger. It was a lot of, if you've seen like the movie Us or like Mirror Image, that episode of Twilight Zone, it was basically that, but for kids. Lefty got turned into Reddy. I'm going back to see Cameron's little blurb because it was perfect. I wanted to keep it just the way that it was. Okay. The reading of this book was filmed in front. Oh my gosh. Do I need to do a Mavis Beacon stream? Quote from chat. By disaster. Wait, messes with cursed mirror. Trapped in alternate. Whoops. It's really hard. Alternate. I would have been a terrible secretary. It's not the 50s and I have other job options. Okay. Evil duplicates. That's pretty much it, right? Like, what else? What else do we put? I was falling asleep on my computer. So Lefty, the brother got he went invisible because remember they would go invisible and then they were like clearly something was up with like their ability to go invisible. Basically, the mirror makes you go invisible, but if you're invisible for more than like 12 minutes, I think it was, it traps you in the mirror and then you get replaced by a doppelganger, which is the mirror reflection of you in physical form and also in personality. So all of the doppelgangers were evil except for Lefty's. Lefty's doppelganger was actually a better brother who ended up saving Max's life. I'm going to say my favorite thing is that the little brother, little brother was so awful that his duplicate was a better sibling. Can we do that to my brother? Terrifying. LOL Lefty, though. Yeah. Poor Lefty. Well, Lefty was kind of the worst. Honestly, I'm gonna say spoiler alert. When he got forever trapped in the mirror dimension and his opposite, well, let's say doppelganger, his doppelganger, he spelled doppelganger. That doesn't seem right. Double. Let's go with double. This place, I think. His brother was better off. Harsh, but true. Oh, okay, I spelled it. Oh no, I didn't spell it right. Okay, sorry. I'm just really bad at spelling. It's technically from another language. Edit, switch it to my favorite thing. The little brother. Yeah. Brother. Yeah. Do. Yes, I misspelled doppelganger. Thank you guys. I swapped the E and the L. Let's see. I'd like to add that Lefty's real name is Noah. He's such a little shithead that I feel ashamed to even share a name with him. I'm gonna put another quote from chat if that's cool with you. Oh yeah, that was right. The nicknames were hilariously straightforward in that book. Lefty. Let's say. Longest word I can spell. I'm totally bad at spelling. Shithead brother is actually named Noah. And he's such... Feels weird writing the word shithead in a Goodreads review, but there you go. Lefty became a righty, yes. That Noah, say, good Noah from chat. I can't even imagine coming across some of the things that we write on Goodreads. I feel like people are so confused. Ashamed to share the name. As my dog Milo says hi to your dog Milo. Hello. I feel the same with the recent whodunit. Yeah. Hooray for dogs named Milo. Cute. It's funny, we usually have Milo, chat member in chat, so I was like, wait, Milo's here? Good, they need more humor on there. Yeah, Goodreads is very pretentious. I get it, but, like, Goodreads is very pretentious. Everybody turns into, like, the snobbiest critic on there. They're like, I don't know that this book had a robust enough critique of the the wage gap in America. And it's like, man, this is a Sesame Street book. Like, that's the kind of thing that I get on that. I want someone to come across our Plant Zaddy review. I can't even believe it. I can't even imagine. Let's say I, as the stream host, am also sad to have Lefty as a fellow lefty. Oh, wait. I much prefer... Wait, I swear I can do an English accent. Like, give me a second. My ear is throbbing right now. Yeah, they're like, I much prefer a more prim and proper book. Yeah, something like that. My accent will get better when I'm not in excruciating pain, I swear. Hashtag not all lefties is what I want to write. But then Lefty became a righty, and all was well again. Yeah. Paris Goes to Paris. I have not seen that. We were really unhinged over Stay Out of the Basement. We were incredibly unhinged. It was the only thing that can rival it is the most recent Kingdom Hearts stream. All right. I think that's all we want to add, right? I think that's good. Let's do Frightfully Yours. All right, are we ready to read another book, which we will then come back and write a review for? Oh, I need to still give it the 3 out of 5 rating. That's right, I forgot to give it a rating. Sorry, I'm multitasking. I'm terrible at multitasking, I get you. Let's put here, because I didn't actually put. Book gets 3 out of 5 because pacing and story wasn't bad, but not too much happening is relevant. I was right the first time. Jesus Christ. I'm so bad at I can't believe I'm not dyslexic some days. There we go. Fucking finally. Yeah, this is the Goosebumps review that we're doing right now. We're on Let's Get Invisible. If you have anything you want to add before I send it off into the universe to confuse some poor parent just trying to figure out if the book is too scary for their kid. Until the end, and also it is a bit repetitive. Fuck lefty. Trying to type too fast. Yeah, it's they told me when I was officially diagnosed with ADHD that it's a thing. It's the same thing with when I stumble with reading. It's because my brain is trying to go faster than it needs to, and it kind of gets ahead of itself and then trips itself up. It's that whole thing. It's good as is. Okay. So let's just say good enough, and let's get on to the matter at hand, which is Scooby Doo and the case of the theater phantom. Go to desk cam. Fuck Lefty got communicated in our previous comments. I think we can leave that up to imagination. Wow, Alicia, that's rough. I once was in youth group as a kid, and I swear I had this one time I asked this lady for something and she handed it to me and she said this and she answered my question. I said, yes, ma'am. And she was like, it was Canton, so it was very Southern. So this very, for lack of a better word, Karen-y woman was like, don't ever call me ma'am. And I'm like, I'm sorry. It's like 12, just like trying to be polite, not get in trouble for having bad manners with my parents. Reddit, right? The least of their problems is a scary Goosebumps. Right, exactly. Sometimes I hear parents worrying that certain things are too much for their kids, and I'm like, I hate to break this to you. I really do. All right, let's get into it. I almost did the let's get right into the news, but I hate doesn't even Keemstar. His name isn't even worth remembering. I hate him so much I didn't even want to do it. Oh, come on, my Nightbot. That's you. That's all you, Nightbot. That's all you, Nightbot. What the hell, Nightbot? Nightbot. You drinking on the job again? Fine, I'll do it. I'll deal with it, Nightbot. It's fine. XChat 69. Damn. Usually Nightbot gets it. It's been really slacking the past couple times. Phantom time! I love that. That's my favorite. Well, actually, I say that. I actually really, really love, unironically, the Phantom of the Opera music. I grew up with it. Kind of, sort of girlfriend. One job, Nightbot. One job. Just the one! We need the emote of Loki being like, you had the one job. Just the one! Oh, Christine is a car. Oh my gosh. Sometimes I look at these old middle grade books and I wonder exactly how they got down. I know they're kids' paperbacks, but like, I took such good care of my paperbacks. I'm like, how did this entire spine? It looks like someone tried to take scissors to the whole book, which honestly could have happened on a kid's book. But you know. Oh my gosh. If I had $1 for every bot that had to be shadow banned off this channel, whether it be regular videos or chat, I swear to God, we wouldn't even need the monetization program. Oh, I'm going to. Hale, I've been meaning to for a while. I want to cover the big anniversary professionally recorded taping of Phantom of the Opera, and then directly after that do Love Never Dies. It's like a 2-part. Because it's a lot. It's a whole lot. Also, I pretty much used up my little notepad that I was using for the other books, so we're going to try. I have this little wipe-off pad, and we're going to just try to, we're going to see if we can just kind of use this to just keep an eye on what we're doing, because we never, like, look back at the notes. I just want to write them down so people can see them. It's being recorded. There's cat fur all over it, because of course there is. It's being recorded for posterity's sake on the internet, so. And I still need to watch Grease too, yes. Double crossover, yes. I hope Christine is a card. That would be a crossover within a crossover, can you imagine? There's also a weird amount of Phantom of the Opera type books. One of these days, I'm going to make a big video about all of the books in my middle grade novel collection that are just Phantom of the Opera ripoffs. Or maybe not even just books, because then there's also movie ripoffs of Phantom, like Phantom of the Megaplex, which I also covered, and that was a lot. The songs in Grease 2 are ridiculous. I can imagine. I didn't even know there was a Grease 2 until you told me, Patrick. That's hilarious. All right. So where do we think... Let's see. Let me run a poll. I know we like polls. Who's keeping the Clue Keeper? For anybody who's new and does not know, in these books... in this house... No. In these books, we are friends with the Mystery Inc. gang. We have hypothesized, or headcanoned, if you will. Oh my gosh, look at Fred's special theater attire. Adorable. Anyway, we've hypothesized, or headcanoned, if you will, that we are, because these basically are written like YN fan fiction, but for Scooby Doo. So, like, we're friends with the gang, but we never go on the mysteries with them. We just hear about them afterwards and then try to see if we can solve them on our own. We've decided that this is because we are Velma's girlfriend, who is also a big-time team detective, or, yeah, in our own right. So, this is why. We're, like, too busy. But they're like, please, we still want your input. You haven't missed anything of the book yet, Rex. We just wrote our reviews that we needed to catch up on, and then we are about to get into it. We might actually, that word Junior might be very happy, because we might, they won't miss that much. Some speculation that Christine Daae is seemingly rather based on Christina Nielsen, who is also a Swedish soprano. Interesting. I always thought, because I've heard people say that there's a pretty obvious, oh yeah, I'm doing the Who's Keeping the Clue Keeper. Because every member, Freddie, Velma, or Daphne always keep the Clue Keeper. And it's been Daphne like a weird amount of time. Didn't know about Grease 2 either. Yeah, I've heard parallels made to the fact that, like, I think it was Lindsay Ellis who made the point that Andrew Lloyd Webber wrote this play when he was married to what's her name, who was like younger than him, whatever, and he wrote this play about like this like talented opera composer who ends up falling in love with like a younger girl, and like that felt kind of like of a parallel to that situation. I think that was the parallel that she made, but I haven't heard that about Christine being based off of an actual opera singer. That's great. I'm pretty sure it wasn't the Phantom of the Opera movie put on hold because Andrew Lloyd Webber's wife was going to reprise her role and play Christine, and then they got a divorce, and so they had to rework that. And when the opera film is delightfully campy and bad, should have just cast Minnie Driver in every role. Minnie Driver really should have been Christine. Like, I will keep saying this until the day I die. Minnie Driver should have been Christine. Obviously, she should have been Christine. My parents unironically love that movie, and I used to think I hated Phantom of the Opera, but it turns out I just hate that version of the movie. But it is a very, like, so bad that it's good kind of thing. I definitely get that. All right, chat. Who's keeping Clue Keeper? Okay. I try to do flowy writing. This goes joke and Grease too. This girl tells the principal. Make them up after school. Jesus Christ. That's a so bad it's good joke. I try to do my fancy writing, which means none. This is terrible. Let's see. Instead, they went with Day After Tomorrow Girl. What's her name? I mean, I think I meme her performance a lot, but I think Noah was right. I believe it was Noah when you said she really did a good job. It was just there was a lot going on in that movie. But I don't know. It's just I don't know. Minnie Driver would have just been so great. I've been salty about it this entire time. And then they auto-tuned her after they made her Carlotta. They still also auto-tuned her. Emmy Rossum, yes. Oh, did she date the singer from the Black Crowes? That's interesting. Like the fan. I've never seen the miniseries from the 90s. I should check that out. I just think the problem with that movie mostly was reminds me of the Out of the Box Calligraphy song. Yes. I just feel like they did a lot of things in the movie that in the Phantom of the Opera movie. I think it really falls short because they did too many things because it was the way they did it in the stage play, not understanding how stage plays have to translate a certain way to film. And I think that's where it fell short. I will forever laugh at the use of I don't know what I'm doing. The use or the keeping in of the candelabras that come up from the floor, because it's just like, yeah, when it happens on stage, that just seems like one of those transition things. When it happens in the movie, it just feels like the Phantom is just like doing theater the fancy way or theater. I'll do theater this way. Engineering in his spare time. I wanted it to be fancy. It's not fancy. It's just extra loopy. Oh, and the people they could have auto-tuned? Why Minnie Driver, right? I really thought Gerard Butler was flawless on those high notes. I know, right? And it's like, yeah. It's I love Minnie Driver. And I feel like Minnie Driver is a very underrated talent. Because she is genuinely so talented, not just in acting, but also singing. And she's just like, she just looks like what I think about Chris, like with the hair, like she looks like Christine, or looks like the classic archetype of Christine. Not that Christine really needs to look like anybody, but we haven't even started the book. I know. Let's get into it. I'm just chilling today. We know how it goes. Good doctor's writing. Yeah, I tried to make it fancy. It just looks awful. Oh well. Let's see. All right, everybody thinks Daphne because we've been burned too many times before. I haven't done the book you told me about yet. I will though. Let me put a bookmark in chat and get back. All right, we're in taco heaven, guys. We're at the restaurant Taco Heaven with our friends. All right. Good to see you again. Over here. Come join us, Daphne calls out as you enter the restaurant. You have to walk around the mariachi band strolling the dining room, serenading customers as you cross the table occupied by Scooby and the gang. Oh, I love mariachi bands. Fred pulls out a chair for you, and you sit down. Like, where's the hot sauce? Shaggy calls out as he and Scooby empty out one basket of tortilla chips after another. The waiter sets down a red bowl in front of them. Here's the specialty of the house. Rum. Hot Ross. I'll never get used to doing the Scooby voice. Scooby says as he dips a chip into the bowl and then sticks it into his mouth. Scooby's eyes grow big and then swallows. He waves a paw in front of his mouth, then he drinks his glass of water and Shaggy's. He drinks everybody's water. Rot! He pants. Wimp. Shaggy dips 2 chips in the dish. It doesn't feel like wimp is something that Shaggy usually says, but maybe that's just me. Anyway. As opposed to Taco Hell, I guess so. I don't know. I think if tacos are present, it's automatically great, you know? Shaggy dips 2 chips in the dip and pops them into his mouth. Yow! He yells. I think I'll stick with the mild sauce, Velma says. Me too, Daphne echoes. I've had enough excitement this week. We've just solved another mystery at the Palace Theater down the street, Velma explains. Scooby nods, his mouth too full of tortilla chips to talk. You probably would have enjoyed working on it with us, says Fred. You look like you enjoy a good mystery now and then. It is true. Want to give it a try? Daphne asks, pulling out a colorful notebook and handing it to you. Absolutely, you say, your voice squeaking a bit with excitement of solving a real mystery. I wonder if this was the first one written. I never can tell. No, they're not very canonical, or they're not very sequential, so who the hell knows? This is our clue keeper. We take turns writing down what happens. Do we, Daphne? Do we take turns? What happens in our mysteries? And this time it was my turn, Daphne tells you. How many times? Somebody go back through the streams and let me know. How many times has Daphne done? How many times has everybody done? Because Daphne's way out in the lead. Yeah, sorry, Hale. This is literally like YN fanfiction, but it's Scooby Doo. This is literally like POV, but then we're going to go into hearing from Daphne's POV because Daphne's writing the clue keeper. But yeah, right now we are in first person POV. Oh boy, white people. Yep. Yeah. As a white person, I can confirm we're very, very bad with spice as a general rule. Hot sauce, not just spicy salsa? I guess. I don't know. He called it hot sauce, you're right. Read it and try to figure out the mystery as you go along. Fred leans closer. Here are some hints. Every time we met a suspect, Daphne marked it with suspect eyes, when we found a clue, she marked it with a flashlight. When you get to the end of my entries, Daphne adds, we'll help you try and make some sense of what happened. Do you have your own clue keeper with you, Velma asks. In a way. You nod and pull it slowly out of your backpack. As much as you want to solve the mystery, you're a little nervous in front of the gang. After all, they're experts. Well, so are we if we have our own clue keeper. Come on, guys. Hey, do it too, Daphne pats you on the shoulder and gives you an encouraging smile. Daphne has literally kept the clues like almost every single time. Daphne was sick of people calling her dead weight, so she said no one has a turn with the clue keeper, right? Oh, for fuck's sake, Velma got 33%, I know. Oh boy, yes. What did we decide our name was? I don't think we did. We can keep coming up with name. We can come up with a name for our OC character. Oh great, it's Daphne again. How many times? I need to go back through and figure out like how many times everybody's kept the clue keeper and keep a tally because it's a lot. It's a lot. Like a whole lot. Alright, let's end the poll. I don't know why we even bother. Next time the poll's just gonna be Daphne, Daphne, or Daphne. I don't know why I bothered putting anybody else on the poll. We are Velma's girlfriend. We have to be Marcy, aka Hot Dog Water. That. I like it. I like this. Our name is Marcy. My best friend's mom thinks paprika is too spicy. Even I can deal with paprika. Although my brother my brother, like, was the kid, like, as a toddler, he would eat hot sauce with a spoon. He's always been good with hot stuff. All right, let's get into Clue Keeper entry number 1. And now let's get into Clue Keeper entry number 1. Like, Daphne, are you sure we have to wear these silly bow ties? Is Shaggy just wearing his normal stuff with a bow tie around his t-shirt? Shaggy asked me, pulling a wild patterned silk bow he'd slipped over his t-shirt away from his neck. Rhea, Ruri. My computer is doing computer things, sorry. Scooby pulled at his bow tie too. Aw, Scooby has a bow tie. This is a formal gala, I reminded them, as Fred helped me and Velma out of the Mystery Machine. Aw, Fred. Everyone looks great, Velma assured all of us as she swirled her floor-length red pleated skirt. Aw. They'll think we're the stars of the show, I added. I didn't know if it was going to be show or play. There, go away, Bull. There we go. Hey, That Word Junior, you haven't missed that much. Daphne's keeping the Clue Keeper again, though. I added as I adjusted the silk shawl over my long purple dress and led the way down the red carpet that stretched from the curb to the door of the Palace Theater. We must be early, Fred remarked. There aren't many people around. A single flashbulb popped as we entered the lobby of the newly restored theater. It was magnificent. The dark burgundy walls were covered with vintage posters of former shows in gold frames. A staircase with beautifully carved railings curved along one side of the lobby. I'm just picturing the Royal Palladium Theater from Nancy Drew Final Scene. That's what I'm picturing. Daphne, I'm so glad you could join us. Mr. Antoine Anthony, a friend of my parents, called me from across the room. The names in this book will never stop gating a chuckle out of me. He mopped his forehead with a large silk handkerchief as he motioned for us to join him. Thank you. I'd like you to meet my friends, I said, presenting the gang. Gang, this is Mr. Antoine Anthony, the genius behind the restoration of the Palace Theater. I'm not feeling much like a genius at this point, Mr. Anthony confessed. I've sent hundreds of invitations to all the key people in the arts community, not to mention the press, and the turnout is a bit disappointing. He dabbed at his brow again. But as they say, the show must go on. Mr. Anthony smiled weakly. What do you think the turnout is so low? Fred asked. Fear, plain and simple fear, Mr. Anthony answered. People are afraid that there'll be a repeat of last performance given at the palace. You kids are probably too young to remember, and it was before I came to town. But the final show here at the theater had a surprise ending no one expected. It was the Phantom. It was him. Daphne again, great. Yeah, I love Daphne, my girl, but geez. You can't stop there, I said, wanting to know what had happened. Tell us about it. I don't get these people that are, like, upset about going into a haunted place. I would love going into a haunted theater. Are you kidding me? I've been in a reportedly supposed to be haunted theater, and it was fun. Mr. Anthony looked around nervously. When it closed, the Palace Theater had a core cast of players starring in the shows here. Dolores Daytona was the leading lady, and Thomas Smithson was the leading man. Right before the last show, Tommy showed up in Dolores' dressing room with a huge diamond ring and asked her to marry him. He said that he knew she couldn't act like she was so much in love with him day after day unless she truly... Wait, they weren't dating. They were just coworkers. And out of the blue, he showed up with a ring and was just like, you want to get hitched? Okay. Couldn't act like she was so much in love with him day after day unless she truly was. Dolores told him she was sorry, but she didn't. And then he insulted her acting abilities because he's basically like, I know you can't be that good of an actress. Dolores told him she was sorry, but she didn't feel the same way. She explained her plan to go to Hollywood and become a movie star. And then he killed her? That's too dark for Scooby Doo. Tommy disappeared that very evening. His understudy had to go on in his place. That doesn't sound too scary, Fred said. That isn't the end of the story. He's like, shut up, Fred, I'm still telling the story. At the end of the first act, eerie music drowned out the player's final lines, followed by sobs. It is the Phantom of the Opera. Dolores, the voice moaned. My love. Sorry. Sorry. I wrapped my shawl a little tighter. Scooby moved between me and Fred, and I felt him trembling. Oh. Was it Smithson? Fred asked. Mr. Anthony shook his head. No one could find him. In fact, no one had seen him since that night. But the director assured the audience it was a prank. Then in the middle of the final act, the lights went out and the chandelier crashed to the floor. No, I'm just kidding. The lights went out, the same scary music started again, and a red rose drifted down from the balcony to land on the stage and Dolores Daytona's feet. As she leaned over to pick it up, someone or something swooped down from the balcony to the stage. I can't, you guys. It's too strong. She didn't do all that the Phantom asked. She leaned over to pick it up. Someone or something swooped down from the balcony to the stage. Shaggy pushed in between Fred and me, too. Are you speaking of my final performance in this magnificent theater? A tall, willowy woman wearing a silver dress that matched her silver hair fluttered up to us, cooing at Mr. Anthony. Suspect! It's the lady! It's Christine! Them the story of the Phantom, my dear, Mr. Anthony said, putting his arm around the older woman's shoulder. And this is the legendary Dolores Daytona herself, he said. I thought they were going to say she married the new director, and I was going to be like, ooh, the plot thickens. Miss Daytona continued to talk only to Mr. Anthony, acting as if we weren't even standing there. But it was disrespectful to call a woman who's older than you Miss. Maybe not. Maybe that's just a bullshit rule. That dreadful story, will it never die? Love never dies. Christine. Sorry. That face, white, completely white with two eyes shining, has haunted my nightmares for years and years. Before every performance, I've received one perfect red rose with a card that read, "From your biggest fan." I found it flattering, but once I found out what had been sending them, I hated the sight of red roses. And if there is any sign of a sight of red rose, let me try that again. And if there is any sign this evening of that awful creature, I will be gone before you can say Academy Award. She paused, and I jumped right in. Miss Daytona, I'm so pleased to meet you, I gushed, holding out my hand towards her. My parents have told me so much about you. Miss Daytona ignored my hand. Really, dear? Well, after you and the movie producers we've invited see my live performance, my name will be in every movie theater in the land. I certainly hope that happens, my dear. Mr. Anthony patted Miss Daytona's hand and turned to us. Let me finish the story. Well, she's like a diva. Okay. Let me finish the story. The Phantom, as he was dubbed by the press, wore black and a flowing cape lined in red, did he? My beautiful Dolores, he said, you must remain in this theater or you will break my poor heart as you have broken the heart of Thomas. I cannot let you go. Was it Thomas Smithson? Fred broke in. Fred's like, is it Thomas now? How about now? Is it Thomas now? Nah! Nightbot! You didn't get the actual spam, but Noah gets a 5-second timeout. Why? I am sure it wasn't him, said Miss Daytona. The Phantom claimed that the theater had been his home for many years, and watching me had been his only joy. And he couldn't have possibly lied. He grabbed me, Miss Daytona shivered, but I struggled and managed to break away. Look at that Phantom of the Opera ripoff. No, it says 5 minutes, but it shouldn't be 5 minutes. It's only, it tells me that he's timed up for 5 seconds. It says 5 minutes, but it actually is 5 seconds. I don't know why. I have no idea why. Always the Phantom. I managed to break away from him. The Phantom turned to the audience. Miss Daytona continued, and he said, "You will rue the day you left here." With that, he ran up to the edge of the stage and swung back into the balcony. No one was able to catch him. Does anybody think of, what's his name? The fucking annoying kid from iCarly? You will rue the day. After the theater was boarded up, neighbors heard, "You boarded it up because of one dude being like, hey, and then swinging on a rope?" Neighbors heard strange noises. Occasionally, someone would find a wilted red rose in front of the stage door. Some of the construction workers also reported hearing and seeing odd things, but the show must go on. Right, Dolores? Mr. Anthony said, pulling out his handkerchief and wiping the beads of sweat off his brow. Dolores Daytona nodded slowly. The other strange thing is that the police found a small apartment off the balcony that looked like it had been occupied for quite some time, yet no one admitted knowing about the apartment. The story gave me goosebumps, and I looked nervously around the brightly lit lobby. Everything appeared normal. "You think the Phantom might show up tonight?" I asked. Scooby started shaking harder and hid behind my skirt. "We've taken precautions to make sure..." I thought she was wearing a dress. I mean, I guess it's the skirt of her dress. Okay. Being pedantic, sorry. "We've taken precautions to make sure everyone is safe," Mr. Anthony said quickly. We're not worried, are we? Fred looked at us. Velma and I shook our heads. Scoob peeked out from behind my skirt. I wasn't sure if he was shaking his head or just shaking. Besides you... Shaking his head, no, or just shaking. Skipped that line. Skipped that word. "Besides, you're in luck if there's any trouble," Velma said. "We're pros at dealing with this kind of thing." "Yup, right. Pros," said Shaggy, "at getting out of the way." "I'm convinced everyone is safe, or I wouldn't have reopened the theater," said Mr. Anthony. "Go ahead, kids. Look around. We're still working on the balcony, so that's off limits. But you can visit the stage before the show begins." "And, where's the food?" Shaggy asked. "Rude," Scooby said, perking up and coming out from behind me. "Refreshments are at the other end of the lobby," Mr. Anthony said with a laugh. Ha ha ha, I feel like that's how Mr. Anthony laughs. A very, rich person laugh. "Didn't you have some interview set up for me?" I heard Dolores Daytona demand of Mr. Anthony as we walked away. "There's a photographer outside. Didn't he take your picture?" Mr. Anthony said in a voice that trembled slightly. "One photographer from a small local weekly won't give us the publicity we need, Antoine. We're going to have to make something happen here, or all our hard work will be for nothing." Suspect announces their motive to everybody. And the programs? Where are they? Dolores Daytona grabbed Antoine Anthony's arm and dragged him through a set of doors marked office. Oh boy. "Did you see the suspect eyes on page 9? Good. This is Fred and Daphne's mystery solving tips. That means you have... I imagine they're each taking turns speaking one word at a time. That means you have at least one suspect. Write the answers of these questions in your clue keeper. To these questions in your clue keeper. What is the potential suspect's name? What does she do for a living? What reason would she have for wanting the Phantom to show up? What is her actual name? Dorothy Daytona. There you go. Her last name. That's what I meant. Put this bookmark in for a second. Oh boy, I've missed a lot of chat. My mom's homemade salsa will make your lips numb. I'm just going to read it here because I think I can keep up with it better here. Yeah, publicity is definitely I don't think publicity, we've had that as a motive in a little while in these books. I have the digestive constitution of it. I gotta be careful. Yeah, it's a running joke that if you're a real friend of mine, you've seen me throw up somewhere because I'm just always throwing up between getting sick, getting car sick, having heat stroke more than once in my life. I've been sick in more than one public place. It's not fun. Case of the Heartless Henry is the first one. Wait, first what? Case of the Heartless Henry is the first one. Oh, okay. Cool. I think that one's come. I think we're close to that one. Headless Henry, sorry. That's what you said. We're like 3 away from that one. Interesting. I stayed in a haunted hotel. Ooh, which hotel? I visited the what's it called? The historic library of Charleston, South Carolina. That's rumored to be haunted by like everybody. And we like went in and went up to I walked up to the balcony and I was kind of like joking around with my mom and we were joking about like the ghosts and we were like kind of talking to the ghosts. And the funniest thing is I was taking video that entire day and coincidentally that not in the building but up on the balcony, like just specifically when we went up to the balcony and were making jokes about the ghosts, that footage was corrupt and none of the other footage from the entire day was corrupted. So we were like, maybe we'll just hedge our bets and go back. Gotta be careful of those heavy stage lights, though. Yeah. Nightbot, I can't believe you came for Noah like that. Or Lizzie Borden house, but I've never been to it. Ooh, interesting. I'm fascinated by the Lizzie Borden case. It was Muppets Night on the Masked Singer, and Robo Girl, who was queen of last week, got dethroned by a trio of fancy dressed lambs, which, as a sheepaholic, I'm proud of. Oh, Muppet! I need to watch it back. I love that it was Muppet Week. Series Lizzie Borden. I haven't seen that. I want to though. Only been to a couple haunted places in California. It was a bit underwhelming, but the architecture was cool. That's cool. I've been on like one of those haunted ghost tours where it's basically just like a historic tour, but they tell you ghost stories that are like local to the area. That was also in South Carolina, Charleston, and it was very fun. Because like, yeah, it's just a bunch of like silly old ghost stories, but when somebody is just like creepily telling them to you as you're walking around like in the dark at 9 or 10 o'clock at night in the alleyway of a city that you are not local to, it's creepy. I can't especially get into horror stuff. Oh yeah, the Lizzie Borden musical. I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it. I see the future Phantom of the Opera everywhere. I want to see all of Noah's comments, and now I can't read them. So pissed at Nightbot. Yeah, the actual Phantom of the Opera is finally going to close on Broadway, but, you know. I have this feeling that it's going to come back in a revival not too soon from now, because, God, do people love Phantom of the Opera. Phantom gets in later adaptations compared to the Lon Chaney classic. Oh, yeah. Especially the Gerard Butler one where he, like, barely has anything, like, on his face that he's so ashamed of. It's just, like, a little, like, it looks like he just has, like, a little burn. It's basically as much, it's the same thing that they did with, why am I blanking on every single person's name? In, you know, the guy with the burn in, Last Airbender movie. The live action movie was bad. Always Danny Phantom. Did Danny Phantom ever do a Phantom of the Opera parody? Because if not, that's a shame. But yeah, I hear that. Sad. Yeah. You will curse the day you did not do the Phantom S. Little busy, but can listen to it. Plague got it in the end, yeah. Thinks Lizzie Borden did indeed kill her parents. Oh, I've listened to so many different coverings of that case, and I just don't really see how it could have been anybody else. But obviously, I wasn't there. Like, they found, like, her clothes covered in blood, and she was able to just say, oh, it's because I had my time of the month, and, like, male officers from, like, the 1800s just bought that, because I guess they definitely didn't know how that works. Beware, you're in for a scare. Phantom's like the one from the musical, you should be worried. If it's the one from Megaplex, you'll just be mildly inconvenienced. Yeah. Yeah. The Phantom of the Megaplex Phantom is hilarious, because it's just like, what does he do? He puts a big fan in one of the auditoriums so that the people in the movie have to deal with a big fan that is somehow like blowing people out of their seats, even though that's not possible. Gee, there. Hi, Hannah. Guess who's back? Back again. Hi, Natty. I'm catching up. Yes, publicity. Publicity is her motive. Hannah and Natty. Borden's were pretty horrible, yeah. Oh gosh, can you imagine being haunted by Lizzie Borden? It would be a trip. Apparently, yeah. It's just like a running joke. I've been ill in public spaces way too many times. Hey, Amanda Oakley. Good to see you here. Borden musical soundtrack slaps. I need to listen to it. Yeah. I come from a very supernaturally interested family. Let's put it that way. Ghosts didn't want to be filmed. They could. What do they say in the Haunted Mansion? They could not. They couldn't sense my sympathetic vibrations. I guess I wasn't putting out very sympathetic vibrations. I guess. Hi, Laser. Glad you're still here. Since I'm back in high school, choir that was kind of like a medley of Phantom of the Opera. Those high notes were so high. Oh my god. Oh, it's so high. Had heat stroke doing farm work because of bad planning. I had grapes. Ooh, I've gotten heat stroke twice. Once when I was little at Disney World, and once I was doing we were doing something with our church. We were like helping in this like after school program. And so I was looking after a bunch of kids in Centennial Olympic Park, and it was like over 100 degrees, middle of July or June. It was either June or July. Very hot outside, over 100 degrees, riding around in a school bus with no air conditioning all day. And then we were also working in like a couple of the homeless shelters, and those didn't have air conditioning either. So like I was just really sick. I was horribly sick. Oh yeah, Karim Lou, and I hope I'm saying his name right, is my very favorite Phantom. Heart stroke. Till the correction. Oh no, poor mom. Possible, and then sing higher than that. Yeah, I've never had a very high. I've never had a. My range is very in the low register, so I forget it with the Phantom of the Opera music. I don't think Danny did. They should have though. I was just gonna say when they did, make that Phantom part of his brain really exposed. It's so good. The makeup is so good. He's so good. Yes, I had to go for. We're just talking about Phantom of the Opera and Lizzie Borden. Dogs are roughly cat size, and yet they both manage to take up all the space. Oh yeah, yep. My cats are cat size, and they take up all the space too. Hardcore lesbian ballad, and I love it. It sounds like a great show. Is this some? Was there ever a professional recording of the Lizzie Borden play? Long shot, but just had to ask. Once I was too tired to be haunted into police go haunt my sister instead. That's badass. That's super metal. Your family have any old superstitions? Oh, so many. I could sit here for an hour and list off all the superstitions. My mom's family is Irish Portuguese mixed, and so many superstitions, just so many. And like all of my family is weirdly comfortable with the idea of like ghosts. Like I just kind of like I was used to the idea of like, because I have family members that are like, you know, they say they're very sensitive to seeing ghosts and stuff like that, and like everybody in the family is that way on some level, and so like I just thought that was normal until like a certain age as a kid, until I realized that like everybody else's parents don't, or mom doesn't just like see ghosts randomly, or like be like, oh, I sense my grandmother is very sensitive to like sensing a presence and all that kind of stuff too. Give me some hot dogs. Now I want some hot dogs in my celebration of our being an alternate universe version of Marcy. Yes! Hot dogs! Isn't that a weird run? Lizzie Borden took an axe, gave her mother 40 whacks. When she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41. By mentioning I lived near the house. Yes, you did. And we all love it. Decently high range so I can sing the Phantom songs when I'm training. Enough to hit them clearly. It's professional enough when you hear the original cast soundtrack. Interesting. I had a full-on breakdown. Wouldn't let my mom go to work for some reason. There was an accident in which she had gone to work. Oh wow. Stories like that are so amazing to me. Frying pan is a handy weapon according to Disney. Retangled examples. Oh yeah, frying pan, because it's just so chunky, you know? Alright, sorry. Let me get back to this. Yeah, very superstitious family. Very much so. Hannah, what's going on? Good night, Patrick. We'll see you. Let's see. Already forgot her name. I always forget their name. Dorothy Daytona. There you go. So we've got suspect. We're just using it like this because we don't need to reference our notes. Suspect. Dorothy Daytona. Job. She's this very snobby actress. And her motive, potentially, is that she wants publicity to help her career. There we go. Cool. All right. I will put another bookmark in chat here and come back. Yes, let's keep reading. Clue Keeper entry number 2. I feel like I should move this over. Let's move it here. right now. There we go. Clue Keeper Entry 2. Let's take a look at the stage while we have a chance, Velma said. Good idea, Fred agreed. Hey, what about food? Shaggy said. You can grab something and bring it along. We have to walk right by the refreshments, Velma said, pointing at the loaded tables. There we go. I'm glad that people decided not to come, Shaggy said, as he and Shaggy piled. Gosh, my brain. Okay, sorry, guys. Did the eardrops go to my head today? Okay. He and Scooby piled food high on their plates. Means more for us, right, Scoob? Scooby nodded. As we walked down the aisle towards the stage, the sounds of Shaggy and Scooby chewing echoed off the walls in the nearly empty auditorium. Ugh, I hate the sound of chewing. The lights were dimmed, and it took a few minutes for my eyes to adjust as the lobby door swung shut behind us. Looks like we need to go through this door to get to the stage, I said, spotting an arched doorway to one side of the orchestra pit. We walked through the narrow entry single file with Scooby and Shaggy bringing up the rear. Where do you think you're going? A man's voice snarled at us, scaring me into stopping without warning. Velma ran into me, Fred ran into her, and Shaggy and Scooby did a quick balancing dance to avoid dumping their plates all over Fred. Mr. Anthony said we could have a look at the stage before the show started, I explained. The man blocking our way was tall and thin with bushy black hair, thick eyebrows, and a mustache. He wore a gray uniform, and I realized that he was a security guard. Did we not get his picture? No, we just get a picture of Scooby eating. Okay, I do love Scooby. His name tag said Smith in black letters. Suspect eyes. I'm not supposed to let anyone into the balcony area, the man growled at us. There's wet paint. We weren't going to the balcony, Velma said. Mr. Smith looked at us for a moment, then stepped out of our way. Fred, Velma, and I walked past him. Wait a minute. No food allowed backstage? Or on stage? Wait a minute. No food allowed backstage or on stage. Smith moved in front of Shaggy and Scooby. Shaggy and Scoob cleared their plates in one big gulp and handed them to the guard. You haven't seen, any phantom-like creatures floating around, Shaggy asked. Phantom schmantom. Don't listen to Anthony's crazy stories, Smith said. I've lived in this building for almost 20 years and haven't seen hide nor hair of a phantom. Been a funny expression, because it feels like he's saying the phantom hasn't mooned him, which is, I'm glad for, but it's not what I don't think that's what he meant. You, live here? Shaggy said, swallowing hard. With the phantom? I have myself a little apartment up in the balcony. Nice and quiet and alone. Ooh, phantom's apartment? Smith frowned. Can't say I'm all that happy that I'll be having guests every night from now on. I can't imagine that you would like that, Velma said. Smith looked nervously towards the doorway. Go ahead, have your look around. If no more folks than I see out... If no more folks than I see out there show up, I might not have to worry much about finding a new place to live. You'll be forced to move? Velma asked. We turned around as Dolores Daytona's voice drifted through the doorway. And I assume my snack has been delivered to my dressing room. Miss Daytona and Mr. Anthony walked past and headed backstage, not even glancing our way. We turned back to the security guard. Mr. Smith, Velma started, but Mr. Smith was nowhere to be seen. All right. Did you see another pair of suspect eyes in this entry? I did. That means you found another suspect. Think about these questions and write these answers in your clue keeper. What is the potential suspect? Well, they're a suspect. They're a potential criminal, but they're definitely a suspect. There's really no potential in suspecting someone. You either do or you don't. What is the potential suspect's name? What does he do for a living? Does he have a reason to keep people away from the theater? I like how they try to carefully reword the question so that it feels like it's not the same 3 questions every time, but it definitely is. Been doing some painting. Thanks for watching your new Whodunit episode video. Thank you for watching, Hannah. We had fun with that video. I was also very excited to premiere the commercial that I got to direct for Folded Crane Dice. I liked our little commercial break that I put in there. That was pretty fun. Just glad to finally get it out because we filmed it weeks ago, and just because of like other videos going out and stuff happening and schedule on the channel being rearranged down to one video a week, as we all know I have hated, we just haven't gotten a chance to post it until right now. Goddamn pumpkin. I have no significant other, so I will listen to the answers and take notes. I'm about to be -1 husband over here. Channel your anger into the pumpkin. My condolences on your loss. Yep, always with the munchies, Shaggy and Scooby. Ah, the sound of chewing is a no. Yep. Sense of chase scene, probably coming up. Sounds like Scooby and Shaggy are giving the audience unintentional ASMR. Back getting dinner. Have a good dinner, Michael. So Daphne's narrating, yes. Minecraft eating sound popped in my head. That's funny. I think it's because Spencer put it into, did he put it in? He uses a lot of Minecraft sound effects, so when he edited the newest Scooby Doo video, there were like 3 in there, I think. You must keep box 5 open for the Phantom. Yes. Sarcastically, as usual. I know. I love Daphne, but oh my god. 8:30 at night when the children should be asleep. That's when he's, let's carve pumpkins. Never mind that time between when I got home and dinner was done. Now is the time. I feel like you'd want to do it. He doesn't want to do it with the kids. So use the kids as the excuse. Be like, you're depriving our children of this memory of carving pumpkins together. You have to wait until tomorrow to do the pumpkin. Is it a phantom if it's been here for a little bit? I have no idea. Capitalism. Well, no, his motive is he doesn't want to lose his house, which is a fair motive, I guess. But, like, his motive is rent is expensive, which is, I can get behind that. That commercial ad was awesome. Thank you. Spencer shot it and did the editing, so he really gets most credit, but I did have a lot of fun planning it and filming it with Natasha. I got here, my mom and I have, wait. Done a Beauty and the Beast 300-piece puzzle. Woo! Matter of a few hours. That's so cool. I love puzzles. Chase montage begin with music over it. Early 2000s music. Oh man, the phantom jokes there will be in the stream. Oh, already. They're so easy. Yes, he did it with the children who would be asleep but are not. Oh, I see. Oh, you're really about to be down. So Scooby Doo theme is stuck in my head. This is the week that doesn't end. It just goes on and on and on. Sorry. Sorry about that. Let's see. Let's get back to doing the thing. Where is he? Smith. Mr. Smith, I guess. His name is Mr. Smith. I don't know what his first name is. Wait, what was the original Phantom's name? Isn't it Smithson or something? It was Smithson. There's no way this guy isn't related to Smithson. His name is Smith. I bet my life on that guy being related to Smithson. And he lives in the box? He lives in the box that Smithson used to live in? The original Phantom? Come on. He's either related to him or he is him. Eric, yes. But the version I did about Nancy Drew. What's new, Nancy Drew? Da-na-na-na-na. Oh, yeah, no, the Phantom's name was Eric. I meant the guy that we were told about in the beginning of this book, who was basically like the Phantom parody. His last name was Smithson. Trick or Treat Scooby Doo, but it came out in 2007. I still haven't seen it. I'm working on a Scooby Doo Courage the Cowardly Dog crossover video, like a video about that, with Nate from Scoobytopia, which I'm really, really excited about. Oh no, you're good. I just wasn't very clear. My brain switches topics very quickly and it can be confusing. Okay. So let's go suspect 2. Suspect is Mr. Smith. His job is he is a security guard. I would say that if I was just chilling and I had a great apartment in an old-fashioned theater and then a bunch of rich people came along and was like, we're going to need you to move now, I'd also probably want to commit crimes. Just saying. This might be like the cheese in the light socket where we're like, we get behind, if he's guilty, we completely condone what he's doing. He has a valid reason. He doesn't want to lose his home to capitalism. Rent is expensive. There we go. Yes, I'm a left-handed person writing live on a wipe-off board. But hey, everybody can read it better than usual. Love this Phantom's instrument of choice. Instrument of organ. I would love that. And theater sounds awesome. Oh, you just found Nate's YouTube channel. Scoobytopia is a really fun YouTube channel for everybody here, because I assume everybody here really loves Scooby Doo. Rich people is always a good excuse for crime in media. Yeah. Mm-hmm. If they're kicking him out of his house because capitalism, they probably deserve it. All right, let's keep on keeping on. Whoop. There we go. Keeper entry 3. Let's take a sip of my drink. I'm having one of those, like if you've ever had an ear infection, you know how like you feel it in your ear and then it kind of like, because all your sinuses are connected, you also kind of feel it down and into your throat over here. Like this feels really swollen right here. And I'm just like, I don't like that. I like Scooby-Dopia videos as well. Yeah, his videos are fantastic. I always recommend his channel and he's a super sweet guy. Clue Keeper entry 3. Where did he go so fast? I asked the gang. Maybe he's hungry, Shaggy answered. Look at him dancing. Dancing Scooby and Shaggy. Or perhaps it's his job to deliver Miss Daytona's snack, Velma said quietly. I don't think it would be a good idea to disappoint her. We probably don't have much time before the show starts, Fred said. Let's look around while we can. The 5 of us walked onto the stage. The curtain was closed, so we couldn't see how many people had arrived. You've had many ear infections. I'm sorry to hear that. Ear infections are the worst. Hey, Scoob, there's an empty stage just waiting for us, Shag said. I like how she's giving us the abbreviations of their names this time. He and Scooby did a soft shoe across the stage, jumping up and clicking their heels as the finale. Someone in the wings clapped. Can you do this? A young girl asked. Oh, we have another Jane. We have another Jane kid. Her name isn't Jane, but she's a Jane variant, I think. Can you do this? A young girl asked. She jumped high into the air and turned to flip before she landed. Suspect eyes. Sandy Jordan, I exclaimed. Sandy Jordan had been a world championship gymnast. I'd watched her compete and win on television dozens of times. Sandy cartwheeled across the stage, landing directly in front of me and coming up with her hands outstretched. Hi, she said, taking my hand and shaking it vigorously. What are you doing here? Velma asked. I'm in the play, Sandy replied. I play Dolores' daughter, although in truth she's old enough to be my grandmother. Ouch. I didn't know you were an actress, too, Fred said. It's my new career, and they wrote the part just for me, so there's gymnastics in it. The only trouble is Mr. Anthony is scared to death I'll fall, hurt myself, and sue him for millions of dollars, and so they make me wear a silly harness for my own protection. Sandy pointed at a contraption hanging across the beam in the ceiling. I like that she knows that the businessmen don't care about her life, just money, not being sued. If they'd only let me have a bigger part, but as long as Dolores has anything to say about it, I'll be hooked up and held back. I wish the Phantom had taken her when he had the chance, Sandy grinned. I mean, it sounds like you need Mr. Anthony to leave if you want to not be there. I'm not sure how she's going from A to B, but anyway. I wish the Phantom had taken her when he had the chance. Damn. Shaggy glanced behind him and the rest of us laughed. Mr. Anthony swore that the Phantom is a thing of the past, I said. Maybe yes, maybe no. I've seen a couple of things that have made me think it's not just a story, Sandy whispered, looking around. She motioned for us to come closer. Someone left a single perfect red rose in my dressing room, just like the Phantom used to. Leave for Dolores Daytona. Scooby jumped into Shaggy's arms, and even I felt a little chill at Sandy's words. Sandy laughed as she took in our reaction to her announcement. It's almost showtime. See you later. I'm gonna give you guys nightmares. Bye! Have a good day. Sandy took a running jump, grabbed her safety harness, and flew across the stage, landing lightly on the other side. Shaggy and Scooby's mystery-solving tips. Like, now there are 3 sets of suspect eyes hanging out in this mystery. Did you see the new set on page 22? Cool. Why don't you answer these questions while Scooby and I go hide from the Phantom? What is the suspect's name? What does she do for a living? What is her reason for wanting the Phantom to show up? Sandy Jordan, huh? All right. The name Jane is no curse ever since Nancy Drew. Yup. Oh my gosh. To the point where, like, I always thought Jane would be, like, a cute, like, I don't know, name for a fictional character, and now I'm just like, well, I gotta scrap that, because now we all hate Jane. Except for Jane from Tarzan. She's great. Anything is possible in the Scoobyverse. I sang that comment in my head first to Anything Can Happen on Halloween. I may suspect this girl be another Spider-Man, right? Ooh, one of the things I found at Goodwill for the collection is a really cool Spider-Man Venom comic digest. I thought it was really, really, really cool. I used to love Spider-Man. I mean, I do love Spider-Man, but I used to love the comics a lot. Scooby Doo villain scared you guys the most when you were young? Let's think. Which Scooby Doo villain scared me the most? There were a few scary ones. The deep sea diver monster with all the seaweed on him. That whole episode scared me because, like, it takes place at night on the ocean and, like, or at the cove, and, like, the ocean has always scared me anyway. Oh, Nightbot, what did Cameron do? Offbeat Kiki. I don't know them. I'll have to check out that channel. Thanks for the recommendation. I bet the Phantom is real and not a criminal mask. Can you imagine? The only thing that could make the terrifying pterodactyl take second place in the weirdness category. You better start warming up your vocal cords because he's about to make you belt your little heart out, right? Sing, my angel of music. He's stalked by a ghost. What a laugh. I know, right? Sprays. Or switch voice sprays to make her sound like a frog. Yeah, depending on whether or not he has a crush on her or not. God damn it. Sorry, Cameron. What did you say? What did I... Wait. What did Cameron say? Christmas before Halloween. Oh, gosh. Dog back in is greeted by dog and like 12 large spiders. He's lucky I let him back in before instinctively slamming the door. Oh. Yeah, Nightbot's being the worst. Hid in the mystery machine or snuck in their rooms. Oh yeah, that was the worst for sure. I'm not even sure what was said, but I don't know that I want to know. Do. Oh my goodness gracious. I think the worst thing about having the ear infections is you get so dizzy just because like the inner ear, you forget how much it's responsible for, your balance. So then I've had so many dizzy spells today. I'm like, oh, fun. Thanks. Thanks for that ear. Sorry, I'll stop complaining. Do. Okay. If I was in the Spider-Verse, which live-action Spider-Man universe do you want to live in? Ooh. Which universe would I want to live in? Probably MCU. Just because the MCU is so interconnected with everything else. I mean, I know because multiverse, they're all connected now, but MCU is great. It will tempt the gods. Complain away, it's your channel. I only had to deal with a couple dizzy spells when I got mine. See, I haven't even gotten to watch Nightmare Before Christmas this year, and the good thing about Nightmare Before Christmas is that you can watch it any time of year, because I do, but especially from Halloween to Christmas. It bridges that gap, you know? Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell. My brother is salty anytime you bring up Jingle Bell Rock because we wanted to use it in one of our movies. And getting the rights to that is ridiculously stupid expensive. And he's like, why? And so he's had a vendetta against that song ever since. It's pretty funny. Is her last name Johnson? Did I say Johnson? I think it's Johnson. To me, it feels like fall, but not Halloween. Yeah, and that's another reason why I'm glad that we do the Halloween all the time thing. Not just because I have a lot of Halloween specific stuff that I want to catch up on, but just I never like when it's November 1st and everybody acts like, okay, time to take all the spooky stuff down. I'm like, no. I feel like when the holiday gets here, that's when I'm finally starting to get into the swing of it, you know? Her job is she is a gymnast slash actress. Motive potentially is I think we're supposed to say she wants a bigger role, but I actually just think it's revenge. Miss I need a period there. Daytona. Miss Day. Oops. Ooh, erasable. Gotta love erasable. Isn't there a Bob Ross quote about erasers, or is that just something that I always thought was Bob Ross? Because it's a very Bob Rossy thing to say. About like the secret to being a great creator is an eraser or something like that, something along those lines. Miss Daytona is keeping her in a tiny background arch because she's a diva. I didn't have to write more, but I wanted to write more. Oh man, no Christmas stuff yet. It's still spooky month. I know, right? You guys know that I'm sure I'll do some regular Christmas stuff, but I am planning on doing some like creepier Christmas stuff this year, which I haven't done a whole lot of. I want to do at least the first Gremlins movie and Krampus. Those are two things that I'm very excited for. So if anybody knows of any other like kind of creepy, old, campy, like Christmas movies, I'm all in for that. Here is helping my mom decorate a pumpkin. Yeah, most Halloween thing I've done this year is just listen to some Halloween playlists and make the Halloween content, which, let's be real, I'm always making, so. Christmas starting countdown after Thanksgiving. We always say that Christmas officially starts at the Thanksgiving Day parade at the end when Santa comes, when Santa rides in. That's when you can put up your Christmas tree. That's when you can start playing the Christmas music. Not a moment before. The parade on Thanksgiving, and then bring on the eggnog, and yep, Trans-Siberian, yep. Christmas starts after Thanksgiving, yep. Hi, Milo. How are you? Milo! Black Christmas 1974. Ooh, I haven't seen that. Milo. Remake sucked. Ooh. You recommend a campy Christmas that is Babes in Toyland 1986. Ooh, Keanu Reeves and Drew Barrymore. I forgot about that version of it. I always think of the Babes in Toyland from like 60-something. But ooh, I now want to see that. Is the one with Keanu Reeves, is it more like explicitly Christmassy? Because like Babes in Toyland isn't really Christmassy, it just played a lot at Christmas, so it's kind of like Sound of Music, right? We associate it with Christmas because everybody watches it at Christmas because stations used to air it on Christmas. Why am I already erasing this? Oh well. It's documented on camera. We got it. OMG, that is trippy. Kind of in a bad mood today because, but hopefully, I'm sorry you're in a bad mood today, Milo. Hopefully we can cheer you up. We are reading, to catch you up, we are reading Scooby Doo and the Case of the Theater Phantom, which is basically just Phantom of the Opera AU, I guess, with Scooby Doo in it. The Sound of Music Christmas connection. Yeah, so it's literally just a connection because it was something that the stations were able to play cheap. And so they played it at Christmas because it's a big family musical. It's a long movie, so it just felt like a good time to play it, like when family was all gathered around together. That's really why. There's only the one Christmas scene. It really has very little to do with Christmas. It's like TV movie where set at Christmas and almost a ripoff of Wizard of Oz, but I love it. Ooh, I really want to talk about this now. only one I know. I love Keanu Reeves. Oh my god, I love Keanu Reeves is just the most adorable person, isn't he? I swear. Oh my god, there's magnets to it. I didn't know that. Okay. Like the OG Star Wars trilogy, yeah. Where are we? Clue Keeper entry 4? 4. Yep, here we go. To me, he sure is. You gotta love Keanu Reeves. He's just like this genuinely, like, wholesome dude. He just seems like he'd be so chill and nice to hang out with. Alright, Clue Keeper entry 4. Maybe we'd better find our seats, I suggested. Good idea, Velma said. Silently, we made our way down from the stage. Did any of you pick up a program, I asked. I didn't see ushers or programs anyplace, Velma replied, looking around the audience. Doesn't look like anyone has had one. I'll sit in the middle, said Shaggy, waiting for me and Fred to take the end seats. That way, if the Phantom decides to walk down the aisle tonight, like getting married walking down the aisle, he'll have to crawl over you to get to me, or you'll be trapped in the middle if he jumps out from behind you. Scooby stepped in front of Velma and sat in the middle of the row beside Shaggy. I don't think you have anything to worry about, Velma said. There's a security guard here to protect us. Yeah, the one security guard can definitely ward off the evil spirits. It's fine. He's got it under control. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't try anything around Mr. Smith. But when Mr. Anthony was telling us about the Phantom, it, like, gave me the creeps. If you want to know what I think, Fred paused. Go on, I urged. I think that they're bringing up the story all over again to start people talking about and thinking about the Palace Theater. You heard Dolores Daytona. We're going to have to make something happen here, or all our hard work will be for nothing. I'm curious to see if something does happen, Fred said. You've got a good point, said Velma. I feel like because it's Freddy's idea, it's probably going to be incorrect, but I would like to see Freddy be right one time, you know? Poor guy. Do any of you wonder what happened to Thomas Smithson when Dolores Daytona gave him the kiss-off? Maybe the Phantom got him, said Shaggy. Do we not think that it's definitely him that's the Phantom, really? I can't be the only one to put that together, even in a children's book. Maybe the Phantom got him, Shaggy said, scooting closer to his seat. Scooting lower in his seat. Oh my goodness. Rhea, Rantum, Scooby slid down too. Don't forget that Rose that Sandy Jordan... Oh, her name was Jordan. Her name was wrong. Oh well, at least I erased it already. That rose that Sandy Jordan said she received, like the one the Phantom threw on the stage and gave to Dolores Daytona before each performance, I reminded them. Sandy may have made up that story to scare Miss Daytona away. I think there's some rivalry there, Velma said. But there were roses left at the stage door even after the theater closed, Fred said. Like, let's get out of here. Shaggy stood up and started down the row. Sit down. Show's about to start, a voice behind us whispered angrily. There are going to be refreshments at intermission, Velma said firmly to Shaggy and Scooby. Shaggy sat back down in his seat, and Scooby straightened up. Can you imagine being at the theater and sitting behind a dog and being like, I can't see because this Great Dane is literally taking up a seat? The spotlight dimmed. I mean, Scooby obviously deserves it, but can you just imagine that for a second in our world? It dimmed and classical music drifted out of the speakers mounted on each side of the stage. Antoine Anthony stepped out into the middle of the stage, and the spotlight came up. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you back to the Palace Theater. Anthony bowed and everyone applauded. Not only is the theater better than ever, but the show we're about to present is going to be something that you'll be talking about for days to come. It'll also be your privilege to witness the stage debut of the world-class gymnast Sandy Jordan. Applause and cheers broke out at the mention of Sandy's name, and we joined in. And it's the return of one of the most beloved of all stage and screen stars to that place. She credits as the birthplace of her career. Ladies and gentlemen, she would like to say a few words to you before the start of the show. Our star, Miss Dolores Daytona. Mr. Anthony stepped back with a sweep of his arm. He looks so nervous. Oh boy. The Phantom really does look like Mr. Daytona, so again, I'm always most suspicious of the person we're not supposed to suspect. As music swelled into the background, I sat up straighter to get a better look at Miss Daytona's entrance. You ever just realize somebody mentions posture and you're like, oh, my posture is terrible. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Dolores Daytona. Mr. Anthony repeated louder. He reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out his handkerchief, and started mopping his forehead. The music changed suddenly, filling the auditorium with eerie sounds followed by deep sobs. A single red rose landed on the stage as the sobs rose in volume. I looked toward the balcony and gasped. A white featureless face with two blank eyes stared down upon the departing crowd. Someone or something balanced on the balcony rail. It raised its arms, displaying the red satin camera lining its cape, drew the cape across its face, and fell backward, melting into the shadows. Like, it's the Phantom, Shaggy shouted. He and Scooby jumped over Velma and were the first ones out of the auditorium. They were soon followed by the rest of the audience. I almost said the auditorium audience. That's redundant. It's the Phantom, Fred confirmed as he ran after Shaggy and Scooby. Oh, that's it. You got no clue or anything that chapter. Ooh, okay. And it's a musical. Edit of the 2-hour TV movie. Interesting. Someone has a sort of director cut that was the full 2-hour TV cut. Interesting. Keanu Reeves picture by the dictionary definition of wholesome. He really is. And like there's plenty of famous people that are just like very wholesome, but Keanu Reeves is like the guy, you know? That man is the best. Keanu doing an interview with a litter of puppies. It's on YouTube. I need to see this. I feel like I can't possibly be in a bad mood watching Keanu Reeves and puppies. Until years later on both Bill and Ted movies. My mom has loved Keanu Reeves since the beginning of his career, starting with Bill and Ted, but also she's a huge fan of Speed, so I grew up with Keanu Reeves movies. There are 2 Black Christmas reboots. How have I never seen any of them? Didn't the theater have a whole cop squad in the movie to keep an eye out for the Phantom? Apparently not. They just had the one security guard who doesn't really seem to care that much if everybody dies. He just wants to not have to move. I am short and I can't stand it when tall people sit in front of me. I know, and I always feel bad because I'm like, I know it's not their fault. They can't help being tall, but it's like, Jesus, I can't see anything. Phantom is smarter than cops. I had advantage for being in his lair, however you spell it. Yeah. Tall, but I'll always sit behind someone short. You are a real hero. Not all heroes wear capes. Derprex. Take out a guy and be in disguise. The point of no return. He was in a mask. You knew it was him. Oh yeah. It's fine. Phantom! Ah! Marble Shaggy Rogers. Yep. Danny Phantom. Oh my god. If I ever make a Phantom of the Opera parody, I'm calling the Phantom Danny and not even mentioning the fact that it's blatantly Danny Phantom. All right. Danny the Phantom. Bother with 2006. Stick to 74 version. Copy. I love how this is literally just when we were seeing the cover art, we were joking like, "Oh, we can make Phantom of the Opera jokes." This is literally just Phantom of the Opera, but with Scooby Doo. I love this. Danny DeVito plus Danny Phantom. I love it. Husband is watching the Stand remake. Choices were made. Oh boy, that's an interesting movie choice. You'll have to keep us updated on how that goes. All right, Clue Keeper entry 5. Yeah, no. Hopefully, no chandelier falls down. I posted that thing, and I can't remember who sent it to me, but someone sent it to me. Where it was just like, you know, if I was in the audience for Phantom of the Opera and that chandelier really did fall, I would just 100% think it was part of the show. I'd be like, wow, look at the realism. They even have the ushers out here telling me to exit through the emergency doors. Give you an egg in this trying time. Interesting. There was a guy who used to subscribe to the channel. I don't think he does anymore. Because what he was doing was every single day, he was telling me day whatever of asking Avery to cover Die Hard. And it got to the point where out of stubbornness, I just wouldn't, because he just kept commenting like on literally every video he would go through and comment. And I think he eventually just gave up and unsubscribed because he wasn't interested in anything that was non-Die Hard content. But think about that guy sometimes. Wonder how he's doing. Keep jumping back and forth with the timeline. Danny DeVito is my real father. How else can I be as short as I am? Well, I know I'm exactly as tall as Danny DeVito and Rhea Perlman's daughter, because she needed a stand-in on some movie that they were doing years ago. It must have been Jumanji. And I was booked, so I couldn't do it. I was like, what? You mean I could have stood in for a DeVito? I'm heartbroken. Damn it. I was so mad. All right, Clue Keeper entry 5. Please continue. Okay, sorry. I know I'm very distractible tonight. By the time we reached the lobby, it was empty. Outside, everyone was climbing into cars and driving away. Shaggy and Scooby had stopped in mid-flight at the described refreshment table. Emma cried. I never expected to see something like that. Like, as soon as we build up a little strength, we're ready to get out of here, Shaggy said. Mr. Anthony ran through the theater doors, calling, come back, please, all of you come. There's like 6 people. There's 4 people running away. You're fine. There weren't that many people to begin with. At the same time, Smith, the security guard, stepped out from the door underneath the steps at the side of the lobby. What happened? The Phantom, Mr. Anthony said. It's back. Where were you? It's your job to make sure that nothing like this would happen. To spoil this night. I'm sorry. I didn't know ghost hunting was in the contract. You sent me to look for the missing programs. I was in the storage room, Smith explained. Did you find them, Mr. Anthony asked. Smith shook his head. I'll keep looking. And Miss Daytona? Has anyone seen her? She never misses a chance to make a grand entrance. Mr. Anthony mopped his brow. What is going on here? The doors to the theater burst open and Miss Daytona came out through her face bright red and her silver hair mussed. She was followed by Sandy Jordan. Dolores, we were so worried. Where were you? Mr. Anthony asked. Someone, Miss Daytona looked pointedly at Sandy Jordan, locked me in my dressing room. I let her out, Sandy said. Smith, what do you have to say for yourself? Mr. Anthony whirled around to face the security guard. But once again, Mr. Smith had disappeared. We should take a look around, Freddie suggests. If the thing is that he's a real ghost of the actual guy, I'm gonna lose my mind. We should take a look around, Fred suggested. Looks like Mr. Smith could use some help. He won't have a job much longer if I have anything to say about it, Dolores Daytona said. I haven't even met the man, and he's supposed to be protecting me? The theater, dear. It's his job to take care of the theater, Mr. Anthony said. Why don't we step into my office and let Daphne and Fred and their friends have a look around? I would feel better if we stayed together until someone figures out what is going on. And then when he's in his office, he gets a mysterious note from the Phantom welcoming him into his employ. Back to my dressing room. I'd rather take my chances with the Phantom than Dolores, Sandy Jordan said, heading back to the theater. That may not be a very good idea, I called after Sandy, but she was gone. Okay, gang, it will take us less time if we split up and look for clues, Velma said. Velma said? That was classic Fred line. Was she saying it to tease Fred, like to antagonize him? Probably. Daphne, Fred, you look around down here while Scooby, Shaggy, and I take a look in the balcony. She just pairs up Daphne and Fred for them. Balcony, Shaggy said, backing away from us. Isn't that like where the Phantom lives? We're only looking for clues, said Velma. Come on, fellas. I'm sure if there was a Phantom, he's gone by now. I mean, if he is there, that's a pretty big clue. If he's just like chilling out watching Netflix, that's a pretty big clue. Easy for you to say, Shaggy mumbled. Scooby gobbled another slice of cake and followed Shaggy and Velma. Where did he get more cake? Damn it. Followed Shaggy and Velma up the steps. We waited until everyone had left the lobby, then I tiptoed over to the door under the steps. I'm wondering what exactly is under here and why Mr. Smith was there instead of in the theater. Let's see, Fred said. He opened the door and we walked along the bare concrete floor. The lights were so far apart we could barely see. As I walked along behind him, I heard a sound behind me. I stopped and the sound stopped. When I looked around, nothing was there. I took a few more steps and heard it again. Swish, swish, swish. You hear that? I whispered. Listen. I walked outside. Fred. Wow. I walked towards Fred. Grinning, he pointed at my feet. When I looked down, I saw what was making the noise. A piece of paper was stuck to my shoe. I pulled it off. It was a white paper with a ragged edge like it had been torn out of something. Convenient clue time! It could be a page out of the missing programs, I said, recognizing a young Dolores Daytona standing in the foot of the stairs above us. It looks like it was taken here, but a long time ago. There's someone in the picture with her, but I can't see who it is. What are those black smudges? Fred gently touched the paper, then rubbed his fingers together. This stuff is sticky. I think it may be black paint. And still wet, so it hasn't been here long. You'd better try to wash it off before it dries, I said. Maybe there's a workroom this way, Fred said, taking the paper from me and starting down the hallway. Fred tried the door after door, but all were locked until the very last one. Fred tried door after door. There was no need for the, sorry. We're in luck, he said, sticking his head inside. There's a sink in here. Oh, boy. What's that smell? I asked, wrinkling my nose against the strong odor wafting out. Fred stepped inside, turned on the water, and rubbed his hands together. It's not coming off, he said. But here's something I can try. He unscrewed the top from a bottle resting on the edge of the sink. The odor that had been unpleasant before nearly knocked me over. I coughed and my eyes burned. I backed out into the hallway. It's not that bad, Fred said, pouring some into the palm of his hand, then rubbing them together. Paint remover works like a charm. He rinsed his hands and dried them on a towel, hanging beside the sink. Fred washed his hands with paint thinner. What a metal move. Fred pulled the door shut behind him. Look, there's a staircase. Let's see where it goes. Maybe we'll run into the rest of the gang. We can see what they found and ask them what they think about this. Fred held up the paper I'd pulled off my shoe. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Every night wants to sleep again. This is why we need more moderators. Oh gosh, Nightbot is just not doing things. Die Hard, there's nothing special about it. It's just another 80s action movie. I don't know. I guess he just really likes Die Hard. Yeah, I would love a Ghostbusters Scooby Doo crossover. It's literally so perfect that I genuinely thought it had already happened and had to like look it up and be like super sad when I realized it was not. It had not. Dealing with the fake ghosts and Scooby Gang real ghosts. Yeah, right? The Ghostbusters are like, wait, this isn't a real ghost. And then the Scooby Doo gang is like, this is a real ghost. What the Ghostbusters do with fake ghosts. I have no idea. How many times do you think the Ghostbusters are called to, like, a place where the haunting is fake? The killer in Whodunit, the Phantom is crafty. I know, the killer in Whodunit doing arts and crafts. He was also a fan of Out of the Box, I guess. Or she. We don't know who the killer is yet. Refill water bottle. Ooh, that just reminds me, I did not drink enough water today. Now I'm drinking Coca-Cola, which is bad, because it's dehydrating if you haven't had enough water. Oh well. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I'll just have to add a few. Technically, Maddie's a moderator, and Natasha's a moderator, but we need more moderators who are in chat a little bit more frequently, so I'll have to get on that. All right, clue number 1. Let's write it in our clue keeper. Clue number 1. It is an old... Gladly be a mod. Cool. I think I trust everybody here to be a mod. Just like if anybody like shadow bans somebody unnecessarily, you'll in turn get kicked off and then shadow banned. But I'm sure nobody here would actually do that. What am I doing? Oh, program. Couldn't think of the word program. It's gotta be the meds. I'm like really struggling tonight with black paint. Are we not going to talk about Freddy just washed his hands with paint thinner? Let's see. What am I putting about this? What does the old program mean? Oh, there was paint. There was wet paint on the balcony. I feel like there was something else I wanted to say about this clue. Reminds me of my cousin who worked in lumber and used diesel fuel as bug repellent. Oh my god. What a hardcore thing to do. Is it only 10:30? Fred didn't give a shit of what he washed his hands with. Now, Fred's cooler than we give him credit for. I take back all the things I used to say about Fred as a kid. The pamphlet. I feel like there was something else going into this clue, but I don't know. Can't remember. Fred's our favorite himbo. He sure is. We do love him. The scene where he's just literally carrying all of his friends across a rickety bridge. I was like, damn, Fred. Fred is 100% husband material. But hot take, I don't ship him with Daphne. I think they're good. I think they're better as friends. Do. Yeah. Fred is a badass in his own way. In his own, like, dad vibes way. Okay. Live action film, the actors that played them are married in real life. life. Yeah. That's the only one where we ship them, and that's because they just have so much chemistry because they're actually married, and I've always loved that. They've always been like one of my favorite like celebrity couples. And they've been married longer than most married celebrity couples, so good for them. All right. Are we ready to get back into this? We're close to the end. I love reading the Scooby Doo books. They're just nice short streams. We can take our time. Kevin Bacon. Yeah, they're also cool. I will say they are also very cool. There are other great celebrity married couples. I just can't think of anything right now. No thoughts are coming to my brain right now. I've been commenting on the 3 new commentary vids since I was going outside. Like a few hours. That's fine. You don't have to comment on every video if you don't want to. I know, and everybody's been busy lately. Let's see. Oh, there's Firefox doing the Firefox thing again. Hang on, everybody. Whoops. No, don't close out of OBS. I try to mod sometime. You want to use paint thinner to wash my hands after every time I paint. I mean, yeah, it does get paint off. Well, being a mod is really all you have to do is just keep bots out and keep hate speech out. Just those 2 things. And so it's not even like you'd have to like be here. Like anybody who I make a mod doesn't have to be here all the time. It's mostly just I'll give some of you just the ability to block bots so that if something like this happens where I'm reading and the chat's going crazy with bots and everybody's like, and I just can't see to deal with it, there's somebody there to deal with it. I won't go mad with power, I promise. All right, Cameron, hang on 1 second. Oh, I have so many notifications. I'm going to have to respond to everybody. You know, I'm not actually hating the new interface for, I'm not hating the new YouTube interface. There we go. That's better. You guys will be fine. Here, I'm gonna add... Here, let's add a couple of moderators. I'll add Cameron and Paolo first. And you can moderate each other. You should be a moderator now. If anybody gets suspended or if I get kicked out of my own chat, I'll take the mod privileges away. This portion of the stream. Instead of talking, so I got to try. Oh, that's fine. You don't have to feel obligated to be here the whole time. I appreciate you being here at all. No, it's okay. I'm just gonna leave your moderation tag on, Paolo, and you can just, if you feel like it, if you happen to be here. And if not, you just don't have to. It just gives you the option so that if you have to be here. All the power of the universe is mine to command, to control. Yeah. Mod power isn't a the duo moderators. Mod powers are not you have to be here all the time, or even that you have to do anything when you are here all the time. It just means, like, if you happen to be here, I'm gonna ban everyone. Ban one person unnecessarily. Oh, cosmic power. Itty bitty living space. Cameron really just said the power of the sun is in the palm of my hand. Oh, God. Yeah. Well, Nightbot. Why was Noah timed out? What did Noah do? What did Noah do? Cameron, do I have to take away the moderation power? Is this a speed run? Oh, I knew this would happen, Cameron. I'm so disappointed. And just like that, we are back to Cameron is not a moderator anymore. I'm nervous. Dude, like who done it? Damn it. Sorry, Noah. I'm them out for 10 minutes? Why? Wait. Math. Not 10 minutes. Great responsibility. Well, you timed out Cameron, but Cameron timed out everybody else, so we'll call it even, Paolo. Oh my gosh. That was like the speed run. I'm getting back to the book now. I'm having difficulties tonight. Sorry, Milo. Sorry you're having a hard night. Feels like a lot of that's going around. Sending you all the good vibes. Oh my god, okay. What are we doing? I have to write down. Oh, I did write down a clue. Or Noah just came back to chat and got yeeted. And poor Laser got yeeted. What the hell? Alright, I'm just gonna keep reading. Give me a second. Oh, you're tired. And you prep coffee. Coffee, press the button, make it. My dad has done that. He's been working a lot and missed out on something fun I wanted to do. Oh, I'm sorry. Not feeling very motivated to work more. I know that feeling. No one's getting yeeted. We've revoked Cameron's privileges. He knew that if he yeeted one person unnecessarily. No, Paula, you're good. You're totally good. Cameron, I just got a notification that Cameron timed out Noah and Laser. I was just like, what? Why? I thought it was Nightbot, and then I was like, wait, no, that was an actual timeout. Why, Cameron? Why? All right, I'm just gonna read the next chapter. I'll touch base with you guys in a second. I guess not. Oh, Rex, here. I'll give Rex moderator powers. If any spam happens or anything, you know what to do. Always responsible. I watched Spider-Man and know that all great power comes with great responsibility. Oh my gosh, Laser's back. Is Noah also back? I feel so bad. I feel like I don't want to continue until I feel like you guys have just gotten yeeted like from like a feels like you guys just got like yeeted out of a vehicle and I'm just like, oh my god, are you guys okay? Here, Paolo, you don't have to be Cameron, I told you, one false unnecessary thing. I eat cheese, so much cheese, eat all the cheese. Oh, the drama. No real drama. I'm mostly just giving Cameron a hard time. Alright, we're gonna just read the next chapter. We're almost done with this book, oh my gosh. Around the twist all and Scarecrow. Alright, Clue Keeper entry 6. The balcony is huge, Velma said, when she, Shaggy, and Scooby made their way up the grand staircase. Shaggy? Scooby? Are you coming? Look around you, it's only us. Like, I've heard you say that before, Shaggy said, just before something jumped out and started chasing us. Fair. You stay there and look around for clues at the end of the balcony, and I'll look down here, Velma said, walking from the balcony and looking over the edge of the railing. Like that we haven't had, like, the description of, like, she told me later yet. I think this is about where I saw the Phantom when I looked up. And look, I may have something here. She examined the railing closely. Okay, like, what? Shaggy asked, joining her and Scooby. Scooby came a little more slowly, looking over his shoulder every few steps. Look at the marks in this paint. Do they look like footprints to you? The Phantom was standing on the railing. Velma touched the railing quickly with the tip of her finger. Wet paint, she said. Whoever was standing here must have black paint on his or her shoes after being here. Ah, they're gonna say it's not a ghost because it's leaving footprints. I just saw a reference to Round the Twist that I wish I hadn't seen. Oh my god. Look, Scooby pointed at the worn carpeting. Black footprints, said Velma, but they don't go very far. She followed the shoe prints only a few steps up the aisle. He must have taken his shoes off, said Shaggy. Velma continued up the aisle. No, she said, that's not what happened. Look, there are papers on the floor, although it looks like someone picked most of them up. Here's a couple that got kicked under a seat. Oh boy, here we go. Double panel, we always get one. She leaned down and picked up some sheets of paper that looked like they'd been trampled a few times. Hey, stop that, Shaggy said, rubbing the side of his head. Stop what? Asked Velma, looking up from the papers she held. Throwing stuff, Scoob. I mean it. Rodri, Scooby said. There's something on the floor, Velma said, pointing. Red rose petals? Shaggy stammered. Ruh-roh, Scooby said. Velma later told us. There you go. She heard a whistling sound. That's whenever the ghostwriter remembers that this is not the point of view of who's writing the book, that's when we get it. Sorry, I asked to be banned and got your power taken. Hang on, I'll sort it out when I get done with this chapter. I can just see chat going a little nuts in the corner. Wait, then why did Laser get banned? They're due. Velma later told us she heard a whistling sound followed by a thump and saw a large black figure looming in front of Shaggy and Scooby. Shaggy and Scooby yelled and ran out the door and down the stairs. Fred had his hand on the door at the top of the stairs when we heard their yells. They almost knocked us down when Fred opened the door. The Phantom ran forward and I was sure it was heading our way, but then it leaped over the balcony rail and swooped down to the floor of the theater. With a bone-chilling laugh, it tucked its head inside its cape, and disappeared into the shadows. Fred and I ran to the edge of the balcony, but the Phantom was gone. Velma joined us, clutching some papers. Did you guys find anything? She asked. Fred showed her the page with the black paint smeared over it. The Phantom must have gone down into the hallway then, Velma said. She showed us the pages with pictures cut out and covered in black footprints. And the paint came off the railing. We need to get the gang together to try to put these pieces on the puzzle. Wait, we need to try to get the gang together and try to put the pieces of this puzzle together, Fred said. I couldn't have agreed more. The balcony was too creepy with just the three of us, and the threat of the Phantom returning. Okay, what's going on? He was nearby and was caught in the crossfire? Oh my gosh. He was a witness, no witnesses. Just wanted somebody to keep an eye out for bots. That's all I wanted, guys. God. This is chaos. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Oh. So, so let me get this straight. Noah was like, hey, ban me. So he banned him. And then Laser was right next to him, so you accidentally banned him before you got to Noah. Oh my fucking god. God. I found the 2 volumes of the Tokyo manga today and bought them. That's really cool, Milo. That's super cool. To quote Goofy's trial, I'll fucking do it again. Covered in attic floor with flour and checked hours later, and there were just boot prints, so apparently ghosts can leave footprints. No. Oh god. You know what? I think I remember that episode. Like the original Ghost Hunters. Yeah, that's a pretty common ghost hunting technique. Interesting. I always figured that, like, why can't ghosts leave footprints? This trial video, I can't. Here, Paula, I'll remove you as a moderator for now, but just for future reference, you don't have to assume responsibility for anything. You can still just come in and out like you want to. Well, you can't say chat can't entertain itself. No, I cannot. All I wanted was somebody to keep an eye out for the sex chat bot. Oh my god. Fucking hilarious. Alright, is chat okay? Is chat not imploding? Is chat less chaotic? I'm just over here trying to solve a Scooby Doo thing. And my web browser is crashing. I swear to everything. Whoever's up there, we're never okay. That's true. None of us. Especially not me. With me at the helm, we're never gonna not be chaos. Can I be a moderator again? Cameron, do you promise not to What? I think you'd be a great moderator, but now I'm scared. I'm scared of your power. What was once a lookout for unknown bots went into complete chaos of gaining power, like Game of Thrones. We do. Oh my gosh. Cameron is too powerful. Everyone's scared of getting banned by Cameron now. Oh my god. Maybe the real bots were the friends we made along the way. He's gonna yeet me for sure. Oh god. Sorry, Cameron. We'll reassess. We'll reassess. You got yeeted once by Cameron Laser, and the other time I think you just got yeeted by Nightbot, because nobody, even Nightbot, knows what's happening right now. I mean, do not fret. Gets into a protected bubble with safety helmet. Don't get me yeeted. I think I'm going to sit here for a bit before I use my great power. Oh god. Derp Rex, don't make me revoke your power too. What clue did I find? I can't even remember. Oh yeah, footprints. Footprints. With black paint. Paint is a real theme right now. I think this is just to prove that isn't real. IDK. Anything. Everyone getting scared over Cameron's power. It's fine. Next time on Avery Stream. I watch every Spider-Man movie and some of the TV shows, and Spidey is my favorite superhero, so I should be fine as a mod. I'm sure you'll be fine. Oh my gosh. You guys are great. Even in chaos, I'm like, we have the best stream. We just do. No one's got a better stream than us. Jesus Christ, Cameron. The imagery. And Firefox is like, what if I also broke? Of course. Great power. There must also come great responsibility. But only if you're a nerd. Fuck being good. Go, hey, I'm in the chaos. At least I got something to do when my end of the stream is lagging. He's sweating really nervously. For Hannah. Now we'll make Hannah. Here's what we'll do. We'll make Hannah a moderator because moderators can't. I don't think moderators can kick each other out. They can just. Well, maybe they can't. I don't know how it works. I feel like that's like Hannah. It's the equivalent of like Hannah's in a horror movie where she feels like the murderer is coming for her, and we need to like arm her so she could feel cool with chilling. Oh Jesus! Cameron just got real. This feels like when a basketball game goes and then the last 5 or so minutes takes a million years. It does, doesn't it? I gotta finish this. Sorry, guys. We gotta finish this. Just went on a He-Man. It's like, I have the power! Oh my god. Who could have left the footprints? Where did we find? Oh, we found a pamphlet? I wasn't even paying attention. The chaos was way more interesting. Okay, so we found a pamphlet up there. We found a thing here. Well, I'll say right now, my first suspect is the guy. A red herring. I'm crying laughing at the stream. It's always chaos. Hannah should be a mod. Does Hannah want to be a mod? And I don't want Hannah to be more stressed out. Just make everyone a mod and then no one can kick anyone out. Just like, why do we have 25 mods? This feels kind of excessive. Gets into my gummy ship and flies out. Unfortunately now, I think rule number 1 of moderator is Cameron cannot be a moderator. Scooby Doo Cash. Saturday morning cartoon where the kids and explaining this bully. Oh yeah. Pup named Scooby Doo. Yeah. He gets to be a moderator. I don't think I can mod myself. I don't think that's how that works. Because as the owner of the channel, I have like I am like the overlord over all of the mods and everybody. Alright. Jesus Christ. This last like 2 hours of this stream. I'm so sorry if you're watching this back, like just trying to get the fucking story. Let's see. Clue Keeper entry 7. We're right at the end. Fred, Velma, and I caught up with Shaggy and Scooby in the lobby. Those footprints in the wet paint on the balcony rail, said Velma, make me think. Isn't the balance beam Sandy Jordan's specialty? Interesting. That's right, it was on the rail. It would take skill to balance on that railing. But why would Sandy want to bring back the Phantom, Shaggy asked. I mean, the shoe prints don't fit Sandy, but, you know, whatever. The shoe prints clearly look like they're from shoes bigger than Sandy's feet. Ugh. I don't think you can put Nightbot in timeout. You're welcome to try. Avery is the DM of this little adventure. Do not anger the DM. Just don't stress out the DM. I've got enough. No, I'm just kidding. No. I love the chaos. I am the chaos. But why would Sandy want to bring back the Phantom, Shaggy asked. To scare Dolores Daytona away and have the spotlight to herself, I said. Whoever was near the railing would have black paint on their shoes and their hands, too, Velma added, holding up the stained index finger. So we need to get a look at everyone's shoes, I asked. At that moment, Sandy Jordan came into the lobby. Have you seen Antoine or Dolores? I'd like to go on home if this show isn't going to happen. I guess she's already got her bag. She looks like, yep, this is what you look like when you're like, please sign me out. I want to go home. I've done the thing, and I do not want to do the thing anymore. Like, this looks like a blonde version of me being, like, at every rap time I've ever been at, where it's just like, sign my thing, let me go home. Velma and I looked down at Sandy's feet. She had on white tennis shoes with no sign of black paint. Any place. That's interesting. Her hands and nails were clean, and if she'd used paint remover any time lately. My nose would have known that, too. It was a pleasure to meet you guys. She could have gotten different shoes, Sandy said. Now, does anyone know where I can find the boss? By that, I mean Antoine. Last time I saw them, they were going to Mr. Anthony's office, I said. That's where I'll look then, Sandy knocked softly, then slipped inside. Are you kids still here? Mr. Smith came out from under the steps, holding a laundry bag. I'd like to lock up and get some sleep. We'll be gone in a few minutes, Fred said. Ooh. We have a few things to do. Hurry up and finish so I can put the evening behind me, Mr. Smith said. Velma and I were looking at Mr. Smith's shoes. They looked as clean as Sandy's, and he had on a clean uniform with black stripes down the legs of his pants. The laundry bag, maybe it's paint. The laundry bag covered his hands, so I couldn't get a good look at them. Mr. Smith dropped the laundry bag near the front doors. I only have 2 uniforms. And Anthony wants me to wear a clean one for each show. Laundry trucks should pick this up early in the morning, he mumbled. They don't have a washing machine in the building? Interesting. It's a theater. Velma was studying a poster hanging on the wall of the lobby. Mr. Smith, she called after the security guard. What now? He turned to face her. Who hung these posters and marked them with the shows and the dates? Velma asked him. Like most everything around this place that gets done, I did it, Mr. Smith grumbled. He pulled the door closed behind him. Perry wants to come in. Velma continued to study the poster. Come here, she said to me. As I walked by the bag of laundry, my eyes began to water and my nose wrinkled. Fred, try to wash the smell of that paint remover off your hands again, I said. Like, you can't smell me from across the lobby, Fred said. He had already joined Velma. He was right. I smelled the air, looked around, then my eyes fixed on the laundry bag sitting near me. I bent down and sniffed. Holding my nose, I backed away from it. Take a good look at the poster. Does this look like the same picture as this one? Velma asked, holding up the pages we'd found earlier next to the poster. I compared the two. Dolores Daytona was the same in both pictures. The person standing beside her was the same person. Hang on, Perry. Make Perry a mod. Oh, dear God. Like half of the stream is me being okay. Blacked out by the paint on the page. Fred and I had found and totally cut out. Wait. I gotta go back. I missed something. Was the same person blacked out by paint on the page. Fred and I had found and totally cut out of the one Velma, Shaggy, and Scooby had found. In the poster, the face of the man standing next to her, I could tell it was a man by the clothes, was covered by was covered by a banner with the show and date it had been presented. Oh, and we can't see the date because they didn't want to date this book too much. God forbid. At the palace. That must be Thomas Smithson next to her, I said. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Velma asked. Fred and I nodded. It's time to set a trap for the Phantom, Velma declared. We all know that it's the dude, right? Nope, can't ban Nightpot. Damn. I figured not. Oh, Cameron. I feel the way Obi-Wan must have felt when Anakin went to the dark side. Oh, you have the queen. Yeah, let me let the cat in. Hang on. Hang on, guys. Share stream for 2 seconds. Hi. I'm curtain is really scratched up here. I wonder who did that. Alright, this is what the mods, since it's your time to shine. Mods, thank you. Mods, you can just, when you see a bot, just say hide user from channel if you can. Let chaos reign. Thank you, Rex. Oh my. She smells like cat food. I know she's just been in there crunching. Did you go get bites? Was that what you were doing? Went and got bites? Got bites? Say hi. Say hi. Do I support LGBTQ? Of course. Everybody should. It's just basic human rights. Have Perry read the last chapter to us. Oh, wouldn't that be something? Full screen. Perry, you've been summoned into the full screen realm. Nope. Hang on. You were summoned into the full screen realm. Ah, the emojis for a time like this. No. If you're gonna scream at the door, you have to say hi. That's how this works. Okay, now you can go down. Oh. Cats are a lot. Look at this nonsense. I'm gonna have to replace these curtains eventually. I got the vibe that Avery is an ally. Yeah, we don't deal with bigotry here on this channel. That is one thing that will genuinely get you heated from chat. I'll do it personally. Oh my god. Try this again. Barry, I hear you putting your claws into things that don't need claws in them. Sorry, Cameron. You know, I just can't trust right now. I still love Marvel stuff. I really do. There's a lot of Marvel stuff out right now, and I can definitely see the whole, like, fatigue with stuff. But mostly I just think Marvel is fun. Like, I don't think Marvel has to be anything but kind of like goofy comic book fun. I don't know. It's like, as a kid, I loved comic books and still do. And so, like, I always loved Marvel for the escapism of it, right? And so, like, to be honest, like, when we go, like, super dark, like, characters being killed off and stuff like that, that's not my favorite time for Marvel, you know? I'm just like, let me just watch my show and be happy. Just once, can I please have that? If I wanted to not be happy, I could go watch a DC movie. Playing a video game. No, Paulo, you're good. And you obviously don't, no one has to be modded if they don't want to, but what'll happen is I'll just probably end up modding a couple different people, and then you guys will just be mods whether or not you're in or not, so that if you happen to be in and there's botting happening, then you can do something about it if you happen to be there, but you don't have to. So, like, on a night like tonight, you'd just be like, you could just chill and not have to do anything. Oh, Love and Thunder, yeah. No Way Home was good. Sorry. Trying to get my, I didn't almost say night, but trying to get my Firefox to actually work. We go through this every time. Anyone mean and nasty in your stream chats? It's rare because on the rare times that it happens, people get booted. We have a pretty no tolerance policy for that. I'm doing great. It's true though. This book, we were like flying through it, and now it's just like the last few pages are taking forever. Good, good. I've really enjoyed Phase 4 for the most part. I mean, I'm a little behind right now. Like, Love and Thunder, oh my gosh, Love and Thunder was heartbreaking, but I also just wasn't that interested. I didn't see Love and Thunder for the longest time just because I was just like, a Thor movie with no Loki? Ugh. That's like the most interesting plot parts of Thor happen with Loki. Harry, you just came in. Are you seriously going to try to leave right now? Cameron. Jesus Christ. Hang on. I gotta let the cat out. Cats are fun. All right. I didn't even write my thing. Whatever. Let's see. Right? Like, Thor is good. I like Thor. He just doesn't interest me as a character on his own. Like an Avengers movie without Tony and Steve. Yeah. Oh shit, that happened. Yeah. Except for poll on who's gonna be oh yeah, thank you. That word. In all the chaos, I almost forgot again. I so specifically promised to do it. Let me just see if I can get this. If I can get Firefox to respond to me, then yes, I will. When's the last time I took in fluids? I mean, I'm drinking Coke right now, which doesn't count, but I drank water not that long ago. I just haven't had like as much water as I should today. Sorry, do I just look like I'm actively dying? Maybe Oz comics. I have not. Alright, you know what? Firefox, we're just gonna try this again. Sorry, that word. I'm trying to get it to work, but what is the stream without some kind of technical difficulty? I just can't remember when you last. Oh, yeah. It's probably been a second. See, and I'm usually the mom friend that's like, did you get a drink? Usually that's me. Oh, okay. All right. Let's see. So what did we last have? Let's set up the poll first before I forget, because God knows my ADHD pills are wearing off. Let's see. Who's the baddie? Who do we think is the baddie? I definitely know who I think. Dorothy. It could be Dorothy Daytona. It could be Mr. Smith. Or it could be, what is her name? Sandy Jordan. I've been hardcore momming this week. I love it. Okay, so I didn't write down our clue. Our clue was we found. Wait, let me do it the real way. Shot taken to DC. No, I love DC. Well, I mostly love Batman. Batman is obviously my favorite comics out of the DC universe. I used to be really, really into Batman, but DC is just where I go when I want the grittier stories. I kind of rely on Marvel for the more fun campiness. Just different types. Quote Cringeworld. Have we just made a supervillain out of Cameron? I don't know what to say, man. Yeah, so we found this picture. Let's see. Shaggy and Scooby's mystery solving tips. They never get to keep the thing. But take all the shots you want at Aquaman. He's useless. I never understood Aquaman. I never really got into Superman. I understand it, but I just never found Superman super interesting personally as a character. But I know he's really important to a lot of people. Whodunit tried warning you. Nah, Cameron, you're still a better Cameron than Cameron on Whodunit. Did you, like, find a new clue in the entry? Can you bet? You can bet that you can bet the Scooby Gang did, and we also figured out why it was important. Here are some questions that will help you figure it out. It's like he's trying to one-up us. Well, we also figured out why it was important. What clue did you find in the entry? What did the smell of Mr. Smith's bag remind Daphne of? what a strange question out of context. Why would Mr. Smith have paint remover on his uniform? Okay, so clue 3 and 4, because it's kind of two clues. We have a paint thinner on Mr. Smith's bag. I feel like when the chat starts going crazy, you know what I feel like? Does anybody remember Adventures in Babysitting, where like everything's going to hell? They've like had a flat tire on the highway. They're now like hitchhiking with some random dude that they don't know, and she's just like, wait, the kids need their medicine and all this stuff, and it's just like she's just like trying to keep some semblance of like non-chaos. Our very own bad guy to reform. Nah. Cameron's not a bad guy. He just wants us all to think he's going on a villain arc. Yes. Yeah, it's just that's how I feel when chat goes when we go extra chaos. What's Cameron's villain name? The only thing I remember from the movie is when the little girl gives her Thor helmet to the mechanic because she thinks he's Thor under a curse to make him mean, and he's so touched that he fixes the car. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That movie is a very like 80s teen movie, which is to say it's got a lot of jokes that didn't necessarily age super well, but it is something that I definitely grew up with, and it's on Disney Plus, and the Disney Plus version edits out the slurs. So there's that going for you. What was the second clue we found? Clue number 2 is picture of, I'm just gonna say, Phantom Man on poster. So the paint thinner, I remember a scene taking place in a really bus terminal, so like an average bus terminal. Yeah, the kid gets one of the characters gets caught up in a turf war between two Chicago gangs and ends up getting stabbed in the foot. Which I'm still not sure to this day how they explained to his parents. Yes, that unfolded in stream for the review. Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's see. So the paint thinner means Mr. Smith probably left the other two clues. As far as 80s teens movies go, I was always more of a Ferris Bueller kid. Ferris Bueller is another one I also very much loved and still love to this day, Ferris Bueller. I hated it because my brother and cousin rented it all the time and I was stuck watching it. Oh, Adventures in Babysitting. Yeah, I can see that. There's a lot of movies that I hated as a kid because I was always forced to watch them by family members. Jesus Christ, Cameron. See you later, Cameron. Christmas Vacation or Christmas Story. I was never into Christmas Story just because I never had it as a kid, so I never, like, I don't think I ever truly appreciated it. Like, I've seen it, but, like, I don't really, I don't know. It's never been my thing. I don't know why. I've always wanted, it's one of those things where it's like, I wish I really loved this movie. Picture of Phantom. Yeah, the picture looks like Mr. Smith. If you can't tell, I know who I suspect. Mr. Smith has to be the OG Phantom, right? 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 Is that just me that thinks that? That can't just be me that thinks that. Christmas Vacation is still amazing. I like Christmas Vacation, but I also didn't have to, I wasn't made to watch it as a child over and over again. Much like Jeannie, always in the shadow of my older sibling. If I ever complained about feeling, then my mom would just reply with Marcia, Marcia, Marcia. Yeah. Bad feeling about this. My favorite line from Christmas Vacation is, I think Grandma wrapped the cat again. Mercy being in a gothic band as an interesting idea. Yes. There's the only boy in the job. Oh, sorry, Texas. Family stuff is family stuff sometimes. Everybody's quoting in the chat now. Oh, I didn't even put my bookmark in. All right, let's finish this book once and for all. Ha. Okay. Clue Keeper entry number 8. In a few minutes, we had a plan, but it took a while to talk Shaggy and Scooby into helping us. You guys looked so great up on that stage earlier, we'd like to see it all again, I said. You mean, like, dancing? Asked Shaggy. That's exactly what we mean, said Velma. We want Mr. Anthony to have a look. Maybe put you in one of the shows. We were that good? Shaggy asked. You were fabulous, I said. Where is Fred? Did the writer of this one just genuinely hate Fred? Like, why do I think there's more to it than that? Shaggy asked. We need someone to go into the theater again and see if the Phantom will come out, Fred explained. There's Fred. He heard me calling him. Shaggy asked. We'll catch him and find out who's scaring everyone away from the theater, Velma said. Scooby hid behind my skirt again. Scooby, we need you too, said Velma. Ruh-uh, Scooby said. Would you do it for a Scooby snack? Velma asked. Ruh-uh, said Scooby. How about 3 Scooby snacks and as many tacos as you can eat when we catch the Phantom? Ooh, Fred was just like cutting right to the chase. He was like, we don't have time for this shit, Scooby. Okay, Scooby agreed. He came out from behind my skirt and held the door open for Shaggy for Shaggy and the rest of us. While we worked backstage, Shaggy and Scooby were center stage clowning around. We heard the doors to the theater open and footsteps come down the aisle. Whoop, here we go. Eerie music filled the auditorium. Go away! A voice came out of the speakers. Then one red rose fell from the balcony, and another, and another. I heard a swish, and then the phantom landed on the stage with a thump. It was about to swoop down on Scooby when Fred lowered the curtain. The phantom fought against the folds of the velvet curtains, becoming more and more entangled the more he fought. And you caught him. You caught him, Dolores Daytona and Antoine Anthony ran down the aisle. Would you like to see who's been scaring people away from your theater, I asked Mr. Anthony. Oh, we just know that it's not Mrs. What's her name? Daytona, Miss Daytona. With pleasure, and Mr. Anthony pulled off the curtain and unmasked the phantom. What does he get to do the unmasking? He didn't do any work. Fred got yeeted. Cameron yeeted Fred, too. I can't spell and spell check, can't help. I feel that. Yeah, 50% of chat agrees with me that Mr. Smith is definitely the guy. Nobody got time for you, Scooby. Aw, Milo, I'm sorry, that sucks. Guy. Some people definitely think of Fred as just the guy with the van, so he's not the favorite of every writer who works on the series. I feel like poor Fred deserves better. Husband so when it is. That is going to be interesting. Oh, Tunivations, welcome. You have no idea. Chat has been, I think, more entertained by chat than in the book. I haven't had a clue as to what the fuck has been going on for the last hour. Same. Back at Taco Heaven. Oh my gosh, you missed the chaos earlier. Bring Scooby another plate of tacos, Fred says to the waiter. What did you think of our latest case? Stephanie asks. Now that you know the suspects have a list of the clues, do you know who was pretending to be the phantom? I think I know, you answer. I'll bet you're right, Velma says. But here's a few things to think about. Look at your list of suspects and decide who might have a reason to scare people away from the theater. Got it. And ask yourself, who could have been responsible for the clues we found? Asked Fred. And finally, who had the opportunity to be the phantom? Asked Velma. You may want to eliminate suspects first. Any of the suspects who didn't have a reason, the ability to do what the phantom did, or the chance to do it, Daphne says. The waiter arrives with Shaggy and Scooby's tacos. What are those little green things on the platter? Asked Shaggy. Jalapeno peppers, answers the waiter. They're hot, he adds. They look good. Give me some, Shaggy says. Shaggy pops the pepper into his mouth, chews, and swallows. Yow! Fire! Fire! He shouts, grabbing water glasses and drinking them thirstily. Scooby laughs. You need a few more minutes? Daphne asks. You nod. Take all the time you need, then we'll compare answers, says Fred. It's time for you to guess who done it. Ooh, who done it? Haha, callback. Do you think you know who it is? When you're ready, turn the page and discover the ending of The Case of the Theater Phantom. Sorry, Shaggy's kind of a bitch when it comes to spice. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, Paulo, I'm gonna make you a mod again. I just thought it was stressing you out because you felt like you had to do stuff here just because you had the mod status, and I didn't want you to feel like you were obligated. For Adventures in Babysitting. Oh, I think that's my fault. I brought up Adventures in Babysitting. Hugs. Super fan. She's seen and read every Scooby media produced since 1969. Fred is her favorite. Aww. Has she read? Does that mean she's read these? Because if so, I would love to talk to somebody else who's read these. I'd love to know that they exist. Ooh, camping this weekend. I guess if you're already exhausted, that doesn't sound like a fun time. I'm hoping, because I have to get a COVID booster shot tomorrow, I'm hoping it's not going to totally wipe me out, because I have 2 different parties to go to this weekend, and I would like to not have to cancel. Next Goosebumps, get ready for it to be dummy thick. Well, that's going to be tomorrow night. We'll do that tomorrow. Well, she's interested. Oh, thanks, Milo. I appreciate that. Off-themed as usual, it seems. Yeah. I imagine being in the wild. Oh, God. We're doing Night of the Living. Night of the Living Dummy is the next Goosebumps book we're on. It's a play on that. All right, so I'm gonna write down my guess right now, right? Let's see. Do I? No, actually, I'm not going to. That would just prolong the inevitable. Just 1 stitch away from here to there. All right, so I think it's Mr. Smith. It looks like Mr. Smith is winning the appeal of camping. No electricity. I'm big on camping either. I've been camping like when I was a kid. It's been fun, but like it's not my thing really. It was Agatha all along. My voice is so like tired. I don't even have it in me to try to sing. Woo! Here we go. It was Mr. Smith, the security guard, says Velma, who wasn't really Mr. Smith, but Thomas Smithson, Dolores' former leading man, Daphne explains. I called it. Dolores Daytona wanted publicity for her new show, but she had been locked in her dressing room when the Phantom appeared the first time, and she was in Mr. Anthony's office the second time we saw it, Velma said. Sandy Jordan could have walked along the balcony rail and swooped down in the harness that she showed us. Yes, it was the same one that the Phantom used, Daphne says, but why would she tear pages out of the program? Our first clue was that page torn out of the program. All the programs had disappeared, and yet here was a page out of one, says Fred. Then in the balcony, we found footprints in the wet paint and something cut out of more program pages. The Phantom must have torn the pages out of the program. How many times can he say program? And cut them up, Daphne continues. When I took a good look at the posters on the walls of the lobby, I saw that there was a banner across every one of them. It made me suspicious, Velma explained. Daphne cut in. Then I love when they have to space things so that it fits this perfectly, because it's like Daphne. Anyway, Daphne cut in. Then there was Mr. Smith's laundry bag that smelled like paint remover, and the fact that he had changed his clothes in the middle of the evening. That was pretty suspicious. Could he have gotten paint on his pants and tried to clean it off with the remover? Did anyone else notice that every time Dolores Daytona showed up, Mr. Smith disappeared, Velma asks. I thought Mr. Smith wanted everyone out because it was his home. He told us he'd lived there for over 20 years, Fred reminds you. But it wasn't. The Phantom was really the broken-hearted Thomas Smithson. He had created his own world in the theater. Dun, 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 dun. Years ago, and wanted Dolores to be a part of it. When she refused, Smithson and the Phantom intended to kidnap Miss Daytona and hold her prisoner in the theater where she'd be his and his alone. Very creepy. Definitely the creepiest villain we've had so far in this series, Velma explains. But that didn't work either. So he got a job as the caretaker and continued to live alone in the theater, waiting for Dolores to come back, Daphne said. This isn't the last you'll hear about the Palace Theater, says Fred. Mr. Anthony is selling the story to all the national magazines. I don't think he'll have to worry about people showing up for the next show. Oh my god. Creepy doll-related nightmares as a child. I was the queen of nightmares as a child. Chat 12 book 0. Yeah. It was the actual Phantom of the Opera. It was. For this, I'll hopefully be able to send you links for those bands that week. know enough about the real story to know how far off the movie is. It's true. But the actual doll in the movie does creep me out. Very interesting people. The Warrens were very interesting people. I never know what to think about them. A friend of mine went to the same high school as me. Oh, that's cool. And Paula, yeah, I hope you like the video. Anybody who hasn't seen the new video, go watch it. It's a pretty fun time, I think. Velma turns to you. Did you figure out who done it? She asks. Yes. And go watch the Who Done It video. Just kidding, sorry. Come back again, says Fred. We like to discuss our cases with up-and-coming detectives. Maybe we'll even run into you at the Palace Theater, says Daphne. Mr. Anthony has added a few new scenes to the play. Yeah, Shaggy and Scooby are going to do their soft shoe to open the show, Fred says. Oh, the boys. And, like, we're getting paid in desserts left over from the grand reopening. Yum! Says Shaggy. Right, Scoob? Ruby, Ruby, Roo! Scooby agrees. Imagine just being there, like, can we give you leftover old food? And they're like, yes. This has to be the most chaotic stream yet. Oh, that word, Junior, you have no idea. I'm not giving Cameron an official evil villain name. I'll head out. Thank you for being here, that word, Junior. We'll see you next time. To charge my wireless headphones after the stream. I have to charge my wireless headphones too. Thank you for saying that. Around the school saying which rooms were haunted. Interesting. Somebody wasn't here for Stay Out of the Basement. Or the fucking Kingdom Hearts stream last Monday. On Monday. Oh my god. The chaos. I think this stream is just trying to outdo itself every time now with the chaos. Alright, let's write a review. And then I will head on out. Also, anybody who's friends with the Goodreads page over there, sorry if you've been getting like 1,000 updates. I'm not exactly sure how to tweak it so that everybody doesn't have to get updates every single time I add something, but I've been logging books from the collection, and so there's probably a lot of that going on. Monday stream was chaotic, yes. Always fun, but definitely chaotic. No, is that Monday stream? We both with Smash got right? I can't. That's the way that site seems to work. Yeah, sorry about that. Just ignore me. Just trying to get everything straightened on the... Once I get everything logged, then I can just log things when I get new books. Like when you guys send me books or I find books, then it'll be much more normal. But I first, to get that set up, to get to that place, I have to log all the books that we already have. And it's just like, it's been quite a bit. You never really are, I didn't realize like how many books I'd collected for this, nostalgic book, Avery's Home of Misfit Books or whatever we're calling it, until it was, until I started logging them and I was like, oh, this is a lot. There we go. All right, let's see. Let's pull up Goodreads. Goodreads. Not a bothers me. Okay, that's good. And people are very, very serious about their Goodreads, and I didn't want to ruin any, whatever. Didn't want to harsh anybody's vibe over there. Off topic, but pet peeve when people put zombie by the cranberries on Halloween playlist. The song is not about actual zombies. Yeah, I think that I get it. Like, I totally get it. I know why they do it. But yes, the song is about civil war in Ireland specifically, and just war in general. So it's like not about actual zombies, but okay. It's a good song though. Yeah, to be fair to the book, I don't think anything could compete with what's happening in chat, but... Why is red? Wait, there's something... Hang on, guys, give me 1 second. I say that we had read 20 books? It said 20 books last night, and now it says 19, and I'm just, like, so confused. I'm like, what happened? Let's go small cam. Fun fact, The Curse of Hera, Goodreads page, got 18 reviews, so we might be the 19th review if there will be one already. That'll be fun. I'll have to keep my eye out for that one. I don't think any of our books are missing. I don't know why it said 20. If there weren't 20. These are all the books we read. I vote that night on a different week because I'm about to die. Elementary, Monday, middle last night. Oof. Yikes. Yikes. That sounds pretty horrible. Sorry about that. Cranberries were an underrated band, for real. Let's go to my books for a second. I'm already in my books. Okay. Read. I love when the internet is this slow. We did read 20. It just says 19. I don't know why Goodreads does this. I just have questions. Anyway, not the important thing. Let's get to our thing. Oh, no, it's cool, Texas. You're totally cool. I'm just sorry that you have so many parent-teacher conferences. You think that they would like report card night. It feels like it's a very big inconvenience to spread it out like that. It's good for school, then spike to 104. Oh no. Hope they're okay. I'm a music expert or anything, but I like some of their songs. Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm not like, I can't tell you like why technically I like certain songs, but I can just tell you what I like. Plus I have synesthesia, so it's like one of those things where I oftentimes like songs based on the colors that I see when I hear songs, which is a very unhelpful way to keep track of it, because no one else, it cannot be explained to anybody else, and everybody else is just like, what the hell? Whoop. No, I just wanted to search mine. Hang on. The chaos will never end, ever. Okay. Blood pressure, right? 7-year-old, it's in home. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's not insensitive to say. I totally get it. Synesthesia is not one of those things that's like, at least my synesthesia, no synesthesia that I know about, is like a particular burden or drawback, or an ailment, I should say. It's more of just like a thing that happens, and it's just like, oh, my brain does this. That's interesting. I learned about synesthesia for the first time from that book series, The Secret Series, which I loved as a kid. I remember the day, and I was like in high school before I realized that I had it. But I remember the day that I said to my mom that my cousin's name, I thought was very pretty. My little cousin was born, and I said, her name is really pretty. It's very like lilac. And my mom was like, what the fuck? are you talking about? And I was like, you know how, like, names have colors to them? And, like, sounds have colors to them? And she was like, no. Very funny. Bad memories. Yeah, I know that feeling. Synesthesia just means two or more of your senses are interconnected and can't be triggered without triggering the other one. It's just a weird phenomenon that nobody really knows why it happens. And there's all different kinds of synesthesia because any two or more of your senses can be interlinked. Synesthesia is not super common, I guess, but like I think it's called chromesthesia, which is basically my hearing and my sight are linked. So I like hear music or hear people talk and I hear sounds or anything and I see colors. It's kind of weird. And no one knows why it happens. It's just like a thing. And doctors are like, maybe it's this. And it's like, okay, maybe. It's just the thing that happens. I want to write a review. Damn it. I think I can go to bed without smothering my husband now, I hope. Well, good night. I hope you have a better day tomorrow. It sounds like it's been quite a week. I hope your kids feel better. Flu season has really been kicking everybody's ass. All right, how many stars are we giving this one, guys? I should run a poll. Hang on. Oh yeah, they get to sleep. Because of Pokemon Go. You're good. The VODs are up if you ever wanted to catch back up. And if not, there will be more streams in the future. Right now I'm running a poll. Oh, I need to end this poll so I can run a new poll. Honestly, 5 out of 5. We just give it 5 stars because of the stream that we had. Like, 5 out of 5 because we had fun on stream reading it. Can't really tell you if the book was good or not. I like how the girl suspects were both tied. That's kind of funny. Audio stream's current bit rate is slowing down. Okay, sorry. Sorry, chat, if the sound gets a little wonkier. 3.5. I'm gonna go 3. I'll give us the options of 3.5, 4.4 out of 5, or 5 out of 5, because I think anything less than that would be unfair. I liked this one particularly. Stream gets 10 out of 10. I wasn't paying attention by the end. Has 3 sound. Let's run a poll. Be democratic about it. Yet I was watching the Saddle Club season 1 up to episode 12 at the moment. Nice. I need to watch more Saddle Club. It's been a minute. I'm seeing a 4 out of 5, 50-50 with what? Oh. It's a 4 out. Ooh. I personally think it would be funny. I definitely think it would be funny to give it. I think it deserves more than a 3, personally. So if this is a tie between 3 and 4, I'm definitely going to give it at least a 4. I just think it would be funny to give it 5 out of 5 and be like, the book was good, but you know what was really great was our stream. Let me tell you about what happened on our stream. I'm sure that's why you came here to Goodreads. We can give it a 4, though. Let's do 4. I think 4 is fair. As far as these books go, this one's pretty good. The clues, I would have liked if the clues were, real talk, I wish the clues were a little easy, like a little harder to figure out. Like, I really like that these books kind of were there to teach kids about critical thinking. I think that's something that we should have more media like this. I love anything that interacts with the reader, especially kids' books, and gives them that experience as like a lesson almost. But I do think that some of these books make the clues way too easy because they're geared towards kids, and like I get it, but I think even an 8-year-old or 10-year-old kid could easily put this one together. Not 5 and explain why. Alright, fuck it. Let's see. 5 and explain why. Here's the thing. Here, let me click 5 out of 5. Let's say this. The reading of this. You think I'd be able to type it without errors once in a while? Oh god. Wait. Pretty sure that some people think that critical thinking's whack. I think you're correct. This book. Quick, somebody yeet me some Phantom of the Opera references to put into this. Because you know we gotta do that too. This book is just Phantom of the Opera. AU for kids with Scooby Doo. And I love it. I've only seen the movie once. I barely know the story. Everything like children's comedy drama. Of course, football team with an area thrown there. Oh, I'll check that out. Let me just say, like, seriously. Got to make so many Phantom jokes. It's insane. Oh, look at that. Nightbot's just given up, I guess. There is no cat here. Try dead Huskabomb. Now's your time, mods. Rex. Oh. Thanks, Rex. I could have done it too. Mods attack. I'll add a couple. See Phantom of the Opera. This is perfect for your kids. Yeah, right. Yeah, let me just say, it's literally just a kid version of the movie, intentional or not. Just for this reason, it's my favorite so far in the series, I think. So could the clues have been less obtuse? Sure. Here, I got it. I'll just ban. I'll hide from channel. I'll add a couple more moderators next time so Rex isn't by himself. I was barely paying attention because one of my mods decided to go on a power trip and ban a bunch of people. So that was chaos. What I'm saying is the stream was 10 out of 10. So the book is 5 out of 5. LOL. Funny. Watching the Percy Jackson movies on stream. I could never get away with it on stream. I would get yeeted so quickly because copyright. But I could do a video about it, for sure. I could definitely do a video about it. Roast Percy night. About his inner Darth Vader. I mean, he really brought out the inner Darth Vader. Very dramatic. There we go. I will say, in all seriousness, this is a fun little book from a fun little series that teaches critical, that's not how you spell that. Hold on. It is really late. Thinking to young kids who like Scooby and Gang. Australian shows, so I think need a remake, revival, reboot. I don't know. Yeah, the game show thing is still a stream. I'm just still getting around to it. It's just been a crazy month, too. I really want to virtually yell at contestants. We'll have to do that really soon. I promise we'll do that soon. I won't keep forgetting. Because I think that would be really fun, too. It's entertaining for a bunch of tired millennials. Millennials with one? Millennials. I don't know how to spell millennials, apparently. God. This is like the most defeatist I've felt. Well, all the previous Percy Jackson adaptations. So people be up to speed when Disney and one werewolf. Yeah, right, you're right. I just think it doesn't like the word millennials. Yeah, Disney does have it. One vampire. And one werewolf to read at 10 o'clock at night on live. No, yeah, that's right. Some of you guys are Gen Z. Oh. Oh, now Nightbot shows up. I really think we should read a serious book and leave this kind of review. We could do it with Wrinkle in Time, because Wrinkle in Time is like an actually respected children's book. I don't know when we'll get to that, but that would be kind of funny. No. Chaotically yours. The Scooby True Crew 2022. The Outsiders or Face on the Mask. Oh my gosh. I'll have to find something that has like serious undertones, but still like nostalgic and fun enough to be like a stream, you know what I mean? Huh. All right. I think we're good. It's set to today, and I'm also going to set finish date to today since we finished before midnight this time. Private notes. Don't make Cameron a mod. Posts. It's very nostalgic to me. Another review on Art of War and just complain how long it is. Patience of Percy Jackson. Sounds like a good idea, yeah. Do my best writing with the audiobook of The Outsiders in the background. Ooh, interesting. I love audiobooks. Why did you put my newest read down there? I don't know why I care, but I'm just confused. What a choice to make. All right, I think we can safely, I think we can safely call it a night. I don't know why it's only giving us credit for 20 of our books, because we have read 21, as you can clearly see. Don't rob us of the ability to say how many books we read. Yeah, I would. That video... Well, there's only been the 2 movies, right? Or am I forgetting a Percy Jackson adaptation? But yeah, I have been thinking about doing one as we get close to the new series, which hopefully will be better. Because Percy Jackson really deserves better. All right, well, it is after midnight, which is honestly early for us, so good for us. Oh, that's right, in the musical. I forgot about the musical. Yeah, I love Percy Jackson. I would also love to, when the series comes out, when is it actually coming out? I think it would be fun to also post the video, and then also do streams where we read through the books based on the Lightning Thief. Night day to everyone. Avery Milo in Texas. Hope y'all feel better. Thank you. Appreciate you. I'll say I don't know. Yeah, I don't know either. I thought maybe it was just me. But yeah, I'll hop off. Thank you guys. Hopefully Cameron doesn't hate us now. But sorry if you got thrown out of chat unnecessarily, guys. We'll see you guys next time. I get back on the Percy Jackson series. I'm so far behind. Yeah. Night, guys. I'll see you next time. Stay safe. He did bring it on himself. I warned him. That he'd get his privileges revoked if he unnecessarily banned anybody. The live reading of The Curse of Hera. Yeah, hopefully that'll be soon. But until then, we've certainly got a lot of other things to read, so we're not short on that perspective. So that's good. We'll see you guys. hope you guys, hope everybody that's sick or just having a bad day feels better and has a better day tomorrow. Same stream, same channel, same bat time, same bat place. Bye!